Hello Patriots, I'm at Restored Republic via AGCR, compiled by Judy Byington. As of Tuesday, April the 6th, 2026, the global currency reset to gold asset-backed currency of 209 nations activated, killing the fiat petrodollar SWIFT system. Expect bank closures. Love yourself, you are amazing. Be yourself, everyone else is already taken. Oscar Wilde. Judy note, as of Tuesday, April 6th, the global currency reset to gold asset-backed currency of 209 nations activated, killing the fiat petrodollar SWIFT system. Expect bank closures. There were 63 banks which have already collapsed because they were not Basel III compliant, could not back their monies with assets, with $517 billion lost. It was advised to take your monies out of your bank. All account balances have been mirrored onto the new Starling system, but you won't have access to your new bank account for a couple of weeks, and ATMs, credit and debit cards won't work. Why now? It gets complicated. In January 2016, the morning President Trump first took office, he paid a visit to CIA headquarters. The reason? It's literally a war of good against evil, as much as we don't want to admit it. Up until President Trump came into office in 2016, the Ninth Circle child sacrifice cult run by the Vatican and Zionist Israel, financed by fiat U.S. taxpayer dollars laundered through CIA, controlled our global economic affairs by way of Satan-worshipping pedophile parties and child sacrifices held on a regular basis across the globe. See Saturday, December 15, 2018 article, Before It's News, Bush, Clinton's Vatican Royals, Hollywood, CIA, UK Prime Minister, Baptists into pedophilia, where it was then given to the privately owned Vatican Bank and dispersed to privately owned central banks across the globe, filling their privately owned pockets and those of large corporations, global and political elites they wish to influence along the way. See Queen Elizabeth Vatican Canadian government. About a month later, the U.S. taxpayer monies arrived back into the privately owned New York Bank of Mellon coffers, where U.S. taxpayers were forced to borrow on their privately owned monies in order to pay U.S. government employees, a prime reason for the national debt. Throughout the Federal Reserve's history, there has been no public accounting or audit. By 1932, the Fed had printed so much fiat currency that the U.S. Inc. was bankrupt. By 1971, President Nixon had taken the U.S. off the gold standard. The fiat U.S. dollar system actually lasted to a 2008 official U.S. Inc. bankruptcy, after which an alliance called BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, formed a global asset-backed financial system for 209 nations, under which U.S. Inc. and their fiat U.S. dollar hobbled up to 2012, only to default on their loan that made the Chinese as their primary creditor. Friday, January 18, 2019, CIA Vatican Satanic Cult running our global monetary system. Monday, April 13, 2026. The storm is upon us, Patriots. Ezra A. Cohen on Telegram. Within the next 48 hours, the 7 trumpets will sound on every phone, tablet, and device on Earth. Temporary martial law is now live. White hats in full control. 10 days of communication darkness incoming. Internet down. Banks offline, but fear not. Military Starlink apps already deployed for secure emergency contact. Over 50,000 deep state traders already loaded into convoys headed straight to Gizmo's new expansion wings. The Great Reset, EBS, blackout, martial law, lockdowns. Monday, April 13, 2026, U.S. Army, under Trump's direct command, unleashes Operation Holy Fire. From the Temple Mount, King Trump gave the order at 0200 hours. The United States Army has activated Holy Fire protocol worldwide. Thousands of convulsing in the streets of D.C., New York, and L.A. as black Entities explode into ash under military spotlights. U.S. Army now fully occupying Wall Street trading floors, Hollywood studios, and remaining Capitol tunnel entrances.
Martial law unleashed. EBS alerts urgent broadcast and how redemption centers might be our only hope. Alternative before it's news. Ethan White. Bombshell. Martial law unleashed. EBS alerts urgent broadcast and how redemption centers might be our only hope. The Great Reset on Telegram. Deep state arrests. California alone has witnessed up to 8,000 arrests, with over 3,000 in the Northeast U.S., particularly concentrated in the New England area. Rumors suggest that the populace might be urged to stay indoors for their safety, especially during disclosures, while the final arrests take place. However, a resilient and awakened citizenry, now more than ever, won't be silenced or confined. The emergency broadcast system, EBS, is on the horizon, and when it hits, it will be swift, silent, and shocking. Like a ghostly shadow, everything familiar will fade into obscurity. Just like the eerie silence of 2020, we'll be asked to remain rooted, perhaps for days, maybe weeks. The military, it seems, has a broader purpose. As the last of the so-called Satanists face arrest and are sent to Gitmo, the military is also gearing up to distribute food, especially to the elderly. This is not just about control, but also about care. There's chatter about the military potentially overseeing the nation until fresh elections are held. Precisely 120 days post the Gassara announcement, the focus should shift towards electing individuals with business acumen, particularly those who can rejuvenate local businesses, and more importantly, food-growing enterprises. The bustling stock market? Halted. The digital world you're so intricately linked to? Gone. And trust me, when the EBS alert vibrates your cell phone, echoing the chilling announcement, you'll know it's begun. These messages, sourced from the Starlink, are there to stay. Deleting them? Forget about it. They're imprinted, lasting reminders of the changing times. Essentials first. Stock up on clean drinking water. Ensure there's enough food. Not just for you, but for your pets too. Medicines? Get them in advance. Remember, the digital world is on a hiatus, so medical records are inaccessible. Cash is king. In a world where digital transactions become obsolete, cash will be your savior. ATMs might be out of service, and swiping those cards at gas pumps? Dream on. Mental fortitude. When the shock hits, it's vital to keep your wits about you. Before you extend your hand to others, ensure you're mentally fortified. Some might be in a state of shock, unable to respond. In such cases, a breath of fresh air, a gentle walk, might help. Your TV, phone, and internet will spring back to life. Unveiling a spectacle titled Disclosures. Rumor has it, it might even grace the big screens. But this isn't your typical Netflix binge. It's a 24/7, 8-hour block broadcast, lasting anywhere between 3 to 10 days. The content? Oh, it's the raw, unfiltered truth of events, spanning military tribunals and even, hold your breath, public executions. Areas drenched in corruption, like Los Angeles and New York, might experience extended viewing periods. But when the switch is flipped back, expect a metamorphosis, a world pulsating with positive energy, devoid of evil's grasp. The internet? Transformed. Banking systems? Revolutionized. This, dear readers, is the dawn of an era of transparency and abundance, a veritable paradise on Earth. However, as the layers peel back, revealing covert operations, prepare to be flabbergasted. The faces you recognize might just be elaborate masquerades, Hollywood-grade masks, CGI marvels, and eerily realistic body doubles. Ever watch The Truman Show? Our reality might not be far off, with the scripted drama unfolding since 2015, or perhaps even earlier.
Wars, and rumors of wars. Monday, April 13, 2026. CENTCOM to begin blockade of Iranian ports on Monday. And Sunday, April 12, 2026, the United States Navy begins a total blockade of Iran. No ship enters, no ship leaves. Every port, every coastline, every barrel of oil Mr. Poole, final chapter on Telegram. He gave them 21 hours to make a deal. They laughed. They said prolonged war. He hung up the phone and sealed the strait. They are now trapped inside their own country with no way to sell, ship, or survive. This is not a sanction. This is not a warning. This is a siege. The last time a superpower blockaded a nation like this, the Soviet Union collapsed 14 months later. He didn't ask NATO. He didn't ask Australia. He didn't ask permission. He gave an order. And the most powerful navy on earth moved. One man, one call, 1 hour. While the world debates, the noose is already tight. But Iran is not the prize. Iran is the pressure point. China supplies 87% of Iran's military imports. The drones, the radar, the missiles that tracked American jets. Every weapon Iran fired came through one door. The door just closed. 50% tariffs on every nation arming Iran. A naval wall around every Iranian port. And a message to Beijing that needs no translation. You funded the wrong side. Now you pay. Gold, $4,771.23 straight months of central bank buying, the longest streak in recorded history. They're not investing, they're building lifeboats. The dollar, 46% of global reserves, falling every week, every month, while gold climbs and the old system bleeds. You think the blockade is about oil? The blockade is about forcing the collapse. Every day Iran can't sell oil, the petrodollar loses another artery. Every day China pays tariffs, the supply chain of the old world cracks deeper. He's not just blocking ships. He's blocking the blood supply of the system that enslaved the planet for 80 years. And when it flatlines, the replacement is already built, gold-backed, quantum secured and waiting. The siege has begun. The old world is no exit. Code, blockade, 10 a.m. No exit.
U.S. Gulf Coast from every direction.
What we think we know as of Tuesday, April 14th, 2026. Monday, April 13th, Obama, Hillary Clinton, and John Brennan, CIA, knew there was no evidence that indicated Trump in foreign interference, ignored the CIA's report, used an ex-MI6 agent's report, and fabricated their own evidence to run a coup on a sitting president. They gaslit and lied to the American people for years with the help of the mainstream media and silenced any opposition. Traitors who commit treason must pay a price, or they will do it again. Examples need to be made, and these are the best people to start with. Monday, April 13th, 2026, the Red Cross was not only exposed a long time ago, it's connected to well over $2.3 billion taxpayer dollars from U.S. aid. The ICRC even reached out and denied all accusations. Here's your alleged regime change and money laundering operation funds. Containers filled with endless amounts of cash are connected to over $2.3 billion of taxpayer money being funneled through the International Committee of the Red Cross and the U.S. Agency for the International Development. Now that it has been confirmed that USAID is an enormous money laundering operation.
It's not even here. Live for today, and then you don't need to live in fear, because you're not fearful of what's coming. You're not fearful of what's gone, because what's gone's gone. Live for today. Morning, Drew.
Good morning, Charlie. Good morning, everyone. My first story of the day is viral claims suggest Donald Trump has taken control of the Straits of Hormuz and dismantled a so-called British-backed extortion network.
Well, this is all part of the movie. And this is exposing the corruption of the British involvement, the EU involvement, and the US involvement. Now, it's for those people who are not up to speed. What's going on in Iran, the bad part of Iran, was planted there by the CIA and Mossad. That is now being dismantled by Donald Trump. It'll make it look like the US is beating Iran. Well, they're not. They're dismantling the corrupt system that the US installed in Iran with the help of Mossad that's caused all the problems. Iran as a country was never a problem other than it was not part of the banking system that they wanted it to be a part of. Also, it's an empire that's never fallen. And, of course, the US corporation, the UK corporation, they're both falling empire. The UK is a fallen empire. The US is an empire that's now falling in real time. So to watch an empire that's still standing hurts. My next story is there's lots of people out there asking about the reset. When's it going to happen? Well, it's happening now in real time. Your reset is happening right now. Now, if you want to be part of the reset, you're going to go through a period of your life where your inner voice is shouting at you, screaming at you. This is the upgrade. This is you upgrading so that you're ready for the reset. Because if you're not ready for the reset and it happens, you'll be left behind. So now there's people out there that are going to be suffering because this is all part of the upgrade, the update. And you don't want that upgrade and update to be contaminated. It's a bit like an iPhone when it updates. If you play around with it while it's updating, you contaminate the update, the upgrade. The same as you, if you watch mainstream media right now, you will contaminate your upgrade and your update. It's up to you. Doesn't matter to me, but it's your choice. Do you want a clean and clear update and upgrade, ready for the reset? Or do you want one that's contaminated? It's your choice. Drew.
Next up, King Charles betrays Britain again. Charles is set to include legislation to bring the UK under new EU single market rules in his annual King's speech. Him and Starmer want to drag us back into the EU after 17,410,742 people voted to leave. Democracy is dead in Britain.
This is all part of the plan to wake people up, and people are waking up. That when your king and your government go against the will of the people, and the biggest problem the UK has is they love the royals. And I used to be one of them. I used to love the royals until I found out what they were all about. And then when you work out what they're all about and get the rose-tinted glasses off and look at them for what they really are, King Charles, best friend Jimmy Savile, Andrew, best friend Epstein, they're not exactly role models, are they? William, 5 years, whilst married, having an affair with another lady, they're not really role models. And yet, we look up to these people. It's time to wake up. My last and final story is an important one because this is in the Bible. This is Revelation 3 verse 9. Refers to the synagogue of Satan. Those who claim to be Jews and are not. And the ones that claim to be Jews and are not are easy to identify because they're the ones that call you an anti-Semite. Because real Jews don't do that. The fake ones do. They're the ones who call you out as an anti-Semite because they've been planning for this for a long time. They've been planning for a very, very long time. So they've prepared the world to call you an anti-Semite when you call them out.
Saturday, April 11th, Underground Empire discovered. Follow the tunnels, follow the money. $21 trillion heist. Elite dumb cities exposed. They didn't lose the money, they buried it underground. Q on Telegram. The globalist elite have been exposed in a massive $21 trillion heist that patriots are now uncovering. They didn't lose the money through accounting errors. Instead, they siphoned it into building an underground empire of deep underground military bases or DUMBs. These hidden cities are engineered to shield the cabal from the very collapse they have orchestrated on the surface world. In the years leading up to 2026, vast sums of taxpayer money were funneled through black project budgets into these subterranean fortresses. While Americans faced economic struggles, open borders, and division tactics, the deep state built luxury bunkers equipped with the most advanced technology imaginable. Mark Skidmore's research revealed how trillions disappeared from Department of Defense and HUD ledgers. This was no mistake, but deliberate theft to create escape plans for the ruling elite. Catherine Austin Fitts has confirmed on public platforms how these funds created a parallel world beneath our feet, inaccessible to the average citizen. The DEM network includes extensive tunnel systems, with maglev trains capable of high-speed travel between bases across the country and beyond, powered by zero-point energy and featuring self-sustaining systems, genetic labs, and AI capabilities. These cities represent a breakaway civilization funded by the people they seek to control. This act of treason reveals the true nature of the globalist agenda. They plan to retreat underground during engineered crises, leaving the population above to fend for themselves in chaos. The tunnel connects their operations, potentially hiding even darker activities that QAnon researchers have suspected for years. The Great Awakening is gaining momentum as these truths surface in 2026. White hats within the military are exposing the network, aligning with the Q plan to dismantle the deep state. Patriots are fired up and ready to demand answers. Follow the money straight down the tunnels. Demand full audits of black budgets and full disclosure of dumb locations. The cabal thought they could hide forever, but the light of truth is penetrating their underground lairs. Patriots worldwide are uniting to tear down this hidden empire. The elite will face justice for their betrayal. The storm is here, and victory belongs to we the people as the underground secrets are brought to the surface. Monday, April 13th, JAG arrests Obama's Secretary of Energy, who sold U.S. nuclear secrets to China. Ezra A. Cohen on Telegram. The U.S. Navy Judge Advocate General's Corps had struck a powerful blow against the deep state this week, arresting former Obama Secretary of Energy Stephen Chu at his Silicon Valley residence. The charges involved Chu selling critical U.S. nuclear secrets to Chinese government representatives, a brazen act of treason that threatens national security. Chu, age 78, and a Chinese-American physicist with a Nobel Prize, oversaw the Department of Energy during Obama's term from 2009 to 2013. His role provided unrestricted access to the nation's nuclear weapons program, including the 3,800 warheads and the complete nuclear triad details. According to JAG insiders, Chu passed classified data to Chinese contacts earlier this year via a thumb drive during a meeting. The information included Minutemen III ICBM maintenance schedules and secret nuclear transport methods, posing an immense danger to the United States. Discovery began with a sealed envelope delivered to the U.S. Embassy in Beijing recently. It held a thumb drive and a letter naming Chu and noting his payment in diamonds worth $1.5 million. When Justice Department efforts stalled, President Trump directed JAG to handle the matter and use any necessary methods to expose the truth. JAG agents reached Chu's home late one evening with warrants. Despite his claims of immunity from Obama, agents pulled him from a window and secured him in their vehicle. During the process, Chu confessed rapidly under questioning, disclosing the diamond's location meant for his family's inheritance. Recovery of the diamond serves as undeniable proof. Chu will now face a military tribunal at Gitmo for his crimes. This case reveals the extensive infiltration by traitors in the Obama administration who prioritized foreign powers over America. Patriots know this arrest marks another victory in the ongoing purge of the cabal. The White Hats are systematically dismantling the deep state network, with Trump guiding from the front lines of this battle. The Great Awakening accelerates daily. Expect more high-profile arrests soon as justice unfolds at Guantanamo Bay. The storm is here. The Republic will be restored stronger than ever. Where we go one, we go all. These developments prove the light is triumphing over darkness, and true accountability is finally being delivered to those who sold out our great nation. The crackdown has begun. Operation Final Judgment. At first light, a decisive operation unfolded across the United States. Under direct military coordination, thousands of individuals accused of undermining national interests were taken into custody in a synchronized, large-scale sweep. Julian Assange on Telegram, Sunday, April 12, 2026. And a quote from an SRA survivor: "Our world is controlled and run by satanic pedophile psychopaths. May God continue to bless our great nation and her people as we enter our 250th year. America will prevail. President Donald J. Trump." And from George Washington, "One nation under God." Remembering an antidote. Choosing to remember God mutes our murmuring. Focusing on Him and acting on His promises points us forward. And so in those moments that are hard, when the days feel long or when hope seems distant, let us remember that the same God who delivered Israel still delivers His children today. Judy note: Sunday, April 12th, military intelligence reported that a massive underground tunnel city discovered directly beneath Washington, D.C., has been the central hub of the Clinton child trafficking ring for over 30 years. Direct high-speed rail lines run from Hillary's Chappaqua estate straight into the White House basement and Capitol sub-levels. As of this hour, over 412,000 children have been rescued from this single network, many of them reporting they were moved through these very rails during the Clinton years. Also on Sunday, April 12th, President Trump confirmed from his secure bunker that the U.S. has fully secured the Iran underground plant vault south of Tehran. There, U.S. Special Forces extracted the original Epstein extortion archives. Every tape, every session, every name. He now had the proof to take down the fake Jewish Zionists and deep state cabal's ninth circle. Epstein victim Maria Farmer said, "The circle saw themselves as the chosen race, believing their DNA made them superior. According to Farmer, they openly demeaned and looked down on Gentiles." These Zionist deep state Kabbalists had built a worldwide power structure through central banks, private agencies, and captured U.S. government departments. Using compromised politicians, they money laundered American tax dollars into black budgets that financed bioweapon labs, election manipulation tools, and surveillance grids, used to manipulate and maintain their power. Meanwhile, President Trump has quietly seized full control of the deep state cabal's money source, the fiat currency of the global financial system. Last Tuesday, April 7th, 2026, Trump implemented a gold asset-backed global currency reset in 209 countries, thereby taking away power from the corrupt cabal by establishing a sovereign, gold-backed U.S. Treasury note system. Trump also made sure there was no more income taxes, only tariffs plus a simple 14% sales tax on new goods. The fiat dollar was dying and the entire deep state empire was melting down in real time. Those acts produced a need for soon activation of the emergency broadcast system to expose all. Worldwide temporary martial law would remain in full effect to keep homelands calm while the truth hits like thunder. Possible timing. On Monday, April 6, 2026, the new global quantum financial system was operational. 209 nations, with gold-backed currencies ending the fiat debt slavery. Trump had ripped financial control of the world from the cabal, restoring the sovereign U.S. Treasury. No income taxes, tariffs, and fair sales tax now ruled. On Tuesday, April 7, 2026, banks were briefly dark as old debts were erased, IRS abolished, prosperity funds launched for we the people. The cabal's swift global financial system, Society for Worldwide Interbank Financial Telecommunication, officially died and admitted that all messages about financial payments must now only be sent in the ISO 20022 format. This format worked with a number of payment and settlement methods, such as wire transfers across borders and securities transactions. This had an impact on over 11,000 banks, 200 countries, and $5 to $7 trillion worth of transactions every day. On Saturday, April 11, 2026, at precisely 6 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, control of global satellite communications shifted. Space-based infrastructure was now under military command. Starlink systems have been rerouted to secured frequencies beyond the civilian access. On Sunday, April 12th, start of new financial era. April 13th, President Donald Trump was set to make an announcement aimed at dismantling entrenched power structures that have controlled governments, finances, and media for decades. On Saturday, April 18th, possible EBS broadcast. Emergency Broadcast System. Sunday, April 12th, 2026. Breaking now, U.S. military units in high gear on EBS training, full control of TV, phones, and internet being prepared now. The White House has signaled that the time has come. Sometime in the next 2 days, a blackout and lockdown will be global in all countries of the world. It will last 10 to 12 days when everyone will be asked to stay at home during a specific 5-hour window. You will see the Global Military Alliance on the streets making arrests of corrupt pedophile Satan worshippers. The corruption was coming to an end. The old world would end with a broadcast. The new world would begin as you explained to those around you what was going on.
When is the EBS?
Well, that's about as dumb as it comes, okay? If we all knew the schedule, then it'd be like the attack at Pearl Harbor, as Trump said, a little surprise. Come on, man.
But he put out the reset's coming.
Okay, reset is a whole different thing. Reset in what area? Is it going to be a medical reset? Is it going to be the food reset? Is it going to be a power system reset? The cell phones that need to be reset because they're weaponized? Is it going to be the financial reset? I'm just saying, he's not clarifying. We have multiple things that have to be reset, that are going to be reset. In the broadest sense, resetting the way that we have to constantly be chased around with terrorism and going to the next conflict and war and surprise and everything else, taking it out at the roots. That's like really smart. And Iran is, at the center of much of that. So, excuse me, the reset can mean different things in different places. Give me a fucking break.
On Wednesday, April 18th, 2026, a global announcement was reportedly scheduled to be delivered through the emergency broadcast system, reaching mobile devices across the world. According to these claims, the announcement would address issues tied to U.S. national security and introduce sweeping economic reforms associated with the so-called Nassar-Jassar framework. These reforms were described as a means of eliminating global debt and redistributing wealth back to citizens. By that point, the EBS would have overridden major media channels, including television, radio, and internet platforms, to ensure universal access to the message. The broadcast was expected to instruct people worldwide to return home within 5 hours in preparation for a temporary global lockdown, estimated to last between 10 and 12 days. During the first 72 hours of this period, it was claimed that coordinated transmissions from multiple countries would air continuously in numerous languages. These broadcasts were said to present extensive documentary-style content, outlining alleged covert operations by an international alliance, working to dismantle entrenched power structures and reveal hidden truths to the global population. EBS blackout martial law lockdowns. The worldwide EBS emergency broadcast system was about to begin its final phase, which included 10 days of darkness, mass arrests, and nationwide operations. A whopping 50,000 military troops have been mobilized to ensure the EBS is supported, With U.S. ink dissolved, President Trump has restored America's sovereignty by a return to the original Constitution and common law, while maritime law has officially collapsed. As Commander-in-Chief of the Global Military Alliance, President Trump has given a go for the military to take down the deep state cabal across the world. Expect soon worldwide EBS, blackout, martial law, and lockdowns for 10 to 12 days during mass arrests. Prepare, trust the plan. Saturday, April 11th, EBS deployment window this week. Red folder unsealed, final phase initiated on Saturday, April 11th, 2026 at precisely 6 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Control of global satellite communications shifted. Space-based infrastructure is now under military command. Starlink systems have been rerouted to secure frequencies beyond civilian access. 10 nations are moving in lockstep, aligning their emergency broadcast systems for synchronized activation. What follows is not a message. It is a controlled global disclosure event. The broadcast protocol, 8 hours per cycle, 3 times daily, 10 consecutive days. No interruptions, no external interference. What will be exposed? Military tribunal recordings involving high-ranking political figures, corporate elites, and media power players, documented evidence of international trafficking operations. The Epstein network fully unsealed, no redactions. Classified bioweapon programs tied to state-level funding. The transition framework, QFS activation, and SR-to-SR rollout sequence. Martial law protocols will be enforced during the broadcast period to maintain stability. National Guard units are already positioned across multiple regions. Recent global conflicts were not the objective. They were the distraction. The real operation has been unfolding behind the scenes. Targets secured, evidence prepared, timeline locked, authorization was finalized. The directive was given. The system you've known is reaching its end cycle. A new structure is being introduced. Controlled, monitored, irreversible. Prepare accordingly. Secure essentials. Stay informed. Keep communication lines open with your family. The next phase will not be explained. It will be shown. Stay alert. Global financial collapse. Banks operate with 0% reserve requirements while loaning out up to 26 times your deposits. We're sitting on a massive quadrillion derivatives market. And if things go south, the entire system could collapse. They loan what you don't have. They bet on what doesn't exist. They build everything on a foundation of air. Sunday, April 12th, Operation Final Judgment. The crackdown has begun. Julian Assange on Telegram. At first light, a decisive operation unfolded across the United States. Under direct military coordination, thousands of individuals accused of undermining national interests were taken into custody in a synchronized, large-scale sweep. Within hours, transport aircraft were mobilized, moving detainees towards secured military facilities for further processing. It was not random. It was structured, calculated, and executed with precision. The operation targeted a wide network of figures across multiple sectors, individuals long suspected of operating behind the scenes in ways that weakened institutional stability, distorted public systems, and redirected national priorities. For years, these concerns were dismissed or buried. Now they are being acted upon. Simultaneous actions took place across major cities and strategic regions. There were no prior announcements, no leaks, and no hesitation. Teams moved quickly, securing locations and transferring detainees through controlled channels. The scale alone signals a shift that many believed would never come. At the center of this moment is a deeper claim that power structures had grown beyond accountability, protected by complexity, influence, and silence. This operation challenges that idea directly. Processing is ongoing. Facilities are operating continuously, handling intake, identification, and case review. What was once speculation is now being translated into action, with systems moving faster than traditional channels ever allowed. The broader impact is already being felt. For many, these represent a turning point, a moment where long-standing frustrations meet visible response. For others, it raises serious questions about how such power is exercised and what comes next. One thing is certain: this marks a shift in direction, a moment where control, accountability, and authority are being redefined in real time. Global Military Alliance, Friday, April 10th. Earth Alliance war active now. U.S. military raids, global underground bases and bioweapon labs, seizes free energy tech, Iran tunnels collapse, final disclosure next. 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. Right now, the Earth Alliance is running active military operations across multiple continents to complete the takedown of the global cabal. White Hat forces in the U.S. military, Space Force, and allied special units are raiding vast underground tunnel networks, seizing bioweapon labs, and shutting down human trafficking pipelines that funded the old evil power structure. And remember, just a side note, remember that the light beings and off-world ETs and Commander Thor and Venusians, they are also doing a lot of hard work where they are risking their lives in those deep, deep tunnels, destroying and killing evil and rescuing children when they can. So, it's important that we always recognize what they're doing, I don't think we could save this planet without them. So we need to always thank them. These operations directly empower Donald Trump's America First agenda by removing the hidden infrastructure that assaulted American sovereignty for decades. High-level sources confirm raids on ancient tunnel systems in the Middle East, repurposed by cabal assets in Iran. U.S. and allied forces are liberating thousands of trafficked children and victims while capturing exotic technologies. Extreme depth earthquakes from USGS mark the underground battles against deep state holdouts and negative elements. Positive inner earth forces aid in clearing portals and advanced weapons aimed at the people. Trump's team coordinates strikes via secure channels to dismantle cabal financial nodes tied to energy suppression. Every raid seizes black project assets, promising lower costs and innovation explosion for patriots. During March and April 2026, the Alliance intensified tunnel clearances connected to trafficking and illegal arms. Strikes hit sites in over 100 countries, targeting trafficking, bioweapons, and energy grids. Quantum-free energy technologies are recovered as the labs come under White Hat control, heading toward public deployment to end scarcity. Tribunals process cabal elites in real time, spotting clones with advanced scans. Mass arrests are on track with EBS prepared for full disclosure activation. The quantum financial system activates gold-backed transactions replacing fiat slavery. Nasara Jasara triggers debt jubilees and prosperity releases from seized assets across 209 nations, restoring sovereignty to Americans first. The Earth Alliance controls stargates, and Iran Ops secured the final node for non-human intelligence disclosure. Trump prepares to release UFO data and suppress tech linked to free energy. Space Force protects from orbit as benevolent craft counter threats. Bases in Antarctica, Moon, and Mars are being liberated from the Dark Fleet. Cabal figures beg for deals, but face full accountability. Free energy prototypes test successfully set to create high-wage jobs and smash monopolies. Trafficking pipelines and bioweapon sites face permanent destruction. Citizens reclaim resources and security. President Trump directs strategy with White Hat briefings. Deep state countermoves fail as earthquakes signal ongoing victories. White Hat coalitions advance under American leadership. The cabal falls as free energy, prosperity, and the Great Awakening bring total victory to the Republic. Patriots, the storm is here, and the deep state is finished forever. And just a reminder, when we are in Iran and we are taking out facilities and things, they're also deep underground. There's some sort of black rock or something underground and hide like alien technology. And they're retrieving that and neutralizing it also. But they're not going to say that. They're not going to come out and tell you that on, of course, mainstream media will never tell you that. So the narrative is, they have nuclear weapons. We can't let them have nuclear weapons. But the narrative is something put out there Deep state controls the mainstream media, so that's what they want you to think. But we know there's more to it than what we hear on the mainstream media. The Ninth Circle Satanic Cult Agenda. Saturday, April 11th, 2026. George Soros, USAID, OCCRP, Organized Crime and Corruption Reporting Project, the world's largest consortium of investigative journalists, and the CIA have taxpayer-funded psychological warfare and regime change operations on U.S. soil. Edward Snowden on Telegram. George Soros, USAID, OCCRP, and the CIA have targeted American citizens and funded radical left Marxist agendas through front companies and corrupt NGOs. Soros, USAID, the CIA, and OCCRP were all funded by U.S. taxpayer dollars, either by congressional approval or money laundering, and were the same exact groups that funded Trump's impeachment. They were the same groups that were supposed to work for the president, but were working directly against the president. How many more organizations that are funded with taxpayer dollars or budgets are completely state and grant funded that are really just fronts for these exact type of operations? Saturday, April 11th, Underground Empire discovered. Follow the tunnels, follow the money. $21 trillion heist. Elite dumb cities exposed. They didn't lose the money, they buried it underground. Q on Telegram. The globalist elite have been exposed in a massive $21 trillion heist that patriots are now uncovering. They didn't lose the money through accounting errors. Instead, they siphoned it into building an underground empire of deep underground military bases, or DUMBs. These hidden cities are engineered to shield the cabal from the very collapse they have orchestrated on the surface world. In the years leading up to 2026, vast sums of taxpayer money were funneled through black project budgets into these subterranean fortresses. While Americans faced economic struggles, open borders, and division tactics, the deep state built luxury bunkers equipped with the most advanced technology imaginable. Mark Skidmore's research revealed how trillions disappeared from Department of Defense and HUD ledgers. This was no mistake, but deliberate theft to create escape plans for the ruling elite. Catherine Austin Fitts has confirmed on public platforms how these funds created a parallel world beneath our feet, inaccessible to the average citizen. The DUMB network includes extensive tunnel systems, with maglev trains capable of high-speed travel between bases across the country and beyond, powered by zero-point energy and featuring self-sustaining systems, genetic labs, and AI capabilities. These cities represent a breakaway civilization funded by the people they seek to control. This act of treason reveals the true nature of the globalist agenda. They plan to retreat underground during engineered crises, leaving the population above to fend for themselves in chaos. The tunnel connects their operations, potentially hiding even darker activities that QAnon researchers have suspected for years. The Great Awakening is gaining momentum as these truths surface in 2026. White hats within the military are exposing the network, aligning with the Q plan to dismantle the deep state. Patriots are fired up and ready to demand answers. Follow the money straight down the tunnels. Demand full audits of black budgets and full disclosure of dumb locations. The cabal thought they could hide forever, but the light of truth is penetrating their underground lairs. Patriots worldwide are uniting to tear down this hidden empire. The elite will face justice for their betrayal. The storm is here, and victory belongs to we the people as the underground secrets are brought to the surface.
The 13th of April 2026. Saturday, the 11th of April 2026. Update. CENTCOM Supreme Commander Admiral Brad Cooper stated that the United States Navy has begun establishing a new safe passage for commercial shipping through the Strait of Hormuz. The route will be shared soon to restore confidence and ensure the free flow of commerce. Saturday, the 11th of April 2026. Barack Obama shipped $1.7 billion in cash to Iran. Pallets stacked high, flown straight into Tehran right before he left office. Obama funded the evil regime in Iran with our tax money. Treason. Saturday, the 11th of April, 2026. Breaking. Iran strikes reveal direct undersea super tunnel to U.S. President Trump, safe in the secure White Hat command bunker. Just watch the impossible happen live. The precision strikes on Iran triggered the master tunnel map to explode with a new glowing red line. A 5,000-mile undersea super tunnel running straight from Iranian D-state bunkers into hidden U.S. coastal DUMBs along California and Florida. U.S. Army forces under Trump's direct command are already inside both ends. Raiding live as we speak. Temporary martial law has now expanded a full coastal lockdown to protect the rescue operation. The hidden truth on Telegram. Judy note. This happened last week sometime. Saturday, the 11th of April, 2026. Shocking. The Irish government is at war with its own people. Ireland's defense minister confirms the army is being sent to crush peaceful protesters. They're deploying troops against Irish citizens while the country is flooded with migrants. Treason. 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. Sunday, the 12th of April, 2026. Fox News. Gavin Newsom's $30 billion in home care program in California is losing $6 billion to $12 billion a year to fraud. The truth is, Newsom is not losing anything. Newsom is laundering $6 to $12 billion taxpayer dollars a year into his political support base through fraud. During March and April 2026, the alliance intensified tunnel clearances connected to trafficking in illegal arms. Strikes hit sites in over 100 countries targeting trafficking, bioweapons, and energy grids. Saturday, the 11th of April 2026, Fox News. Joe Biden's own DOJ confirmed in a court of law, just days after he was overthrown by his own party, that Joe Biden committed treason. A criminal Romanian oligarch bribed Hunter Biden with over $3 million to influence U.S. policy through the big guy, Joe Biden. Saturday, the 11th of April 2026. There were 16 states that used voting machines tied to George Soros through Smartmatic. How long have our elections really been rigged? Soros was also found to be connected to the Clinton Foundation, using your taxpayer dollars through front companies and NGOs to fund regime change operations across the globe, including right here in the United States. Pastor Bob Joyce Elvis? On Telegram. Saturday, the 11th of April, 2026. The Minnesota Freedom Caucus announces that impeachment hearings for Tim Walz and Keith Ellison will take place next week. Martial law on Telegram. Saturday, the 11th of April, 2026. After a 68% error rate with mail-in ballots was found in the Michigan 2020 election, a forensic audit of Dominion voting machines by election experts was performed. The results were released by a judge that read, "We conclude that the Dominion voting system is intentionally and purposefully designed with inherent errors to create systemic fraud and influence election results. The system intentionally generates an enormously high number of ballot errors. The electronic ballots are then transferred for adjudication. The intentional errors lead to bulk adjudication of ballots with no oversight, no transparency, and no audit trail. This leads to voter or election fraud. Based on our study, we conclude that the Dominion voting system should not be used in Michigan. We further conclude that the results of Antrim County should not have been certified." The Schiff on Telegram. Sunday, the 12th of April, 2026. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is announcing the termination of $580,000, 0.00 in DoD contracts and grants. We the people want a refund. Sunday, the 12th of April, 2026. Welcome to a $19.8 million adult daycare in California. No adults, no info. How to enroll my grandma. Phone number to nowhere. New BMW parked outside is a prime example of fraud, waste, and abuse. End the fraud. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram.
Sunday, April 12th. These are the persons we're dealing with, their job and responsibility. Mr. Pull on Telegram. Number 1, Rothschild Vector Banking and the Architecture of Central Banks. Mayor Amschel Rothschild started the company in Frankfurt. He sent 5 of his sons to London, Paris, Vienna, Naples, and Frankfurt to set up a network of private banks that lent money to governments and made money from both sides of wars. Ownership stakes, advisory roles, and marrying into European nobility all gave people power. Rockefeller Vector, oil, pharma, foundations, and policy making. John D. Rockefeller's Standard Oil monopoly, which was broken up by its power, was spread out, turned into banking through Chase Manhattan, pharmaceuticals, education, and global health policy through foundations interlocks with the Trilateral Commission. The Bilderberg Group and conservation efforts hid plans for managing resources and people. Number 3, Pessoa Vector. The American corporate shell empire. It is said that Daniel Pessoa came to America around 1814, married into local families, and built up a lot of property through trusts. Class A preferred stock, always certificate number 1, and proxy names, Springs, Beatty, Poor, etc. The theory suggests that early railroads, banks like the Bank of America, and corporate shells were all controlled from North Carolina and other places. Khazarian legacy narratives. Merchant and financial diaspora threads. This party believes that medieval Khazar converts made a mafia of fake Jewish identity that got into banking and power structures and mixed with Rothschild-era networks to gain control over the world. People say that it is used to frame larger anti-Semitic groups that include politics, finance, and the media. The Springmeier template for the 13 bloodlines framework and connections. Astor, real estate, fur, trade, wealth. Bundy, political intel ties. Collins, DuPont, chemicals, explosives. Freeman, Kennedy, politics, media. Lee, Asian finance, shipping. Onassis, shipping. Russell, skull and bones, Yale. Van Dunn, Merovingian, European royal claims as 13th line, plus Rothschild Rockefeller's anchors. This week I'll go into more detail. This could easily cover thousands of pages. Here are the 5 things that are freeing us from these cabal. Number 1, executive orders aimed at networks that traffic people. Number 2, the Space Force is always watching and mapping assets. Number 3, financial rails that follow ISO 20022 and XRP bridge settlement. Number 4, Basel III capital rules and pressure to move away from SWIFT. Number 5, the new design of the Treasury dollar and the July 4th symbolic reset. Saturday, April 11th, Judgment Day activated. Grand jury targets the core of power. Mr. Poole on Telegram. The narrative shifts now, not slowly, not quietly, but with force. The Department of Justice has moved. A federal grand jury is being positioned as the mechanism through which one of the most controversial political chapters in modern U.S. history will be examined. This is no longer speculation, no longer commentary, no longer media noise. This is a legal process with real weight. A grand jury is not a press conference. It is not a headline. It is where evidence is placed in front of citizens with the authority to decide whether charges move forward. When this step is taken, it signals escalation. It means the system is no longer observing, it is acting. For years, the events surrounding the Russiagate investigations have divided the country. One side called it necessary oversight, the other called it coordinated political attack. Now, those arguments begin to move out of the public arena and into a legal one. Names that have dominated political discourse for nearly a decade are again at the center of attention. Former officials, intelligence leaders, and key figures connected to past investigations are being pulled back into focus. The difference now is not media coverage, but legal scrutiny. What changes everything is the structure of the process itself. A grand jury operates behind closed doors. Evidence is presented, testimonies are heard. There is no performance, no cameras, no political spin. Only one question matters. Is there enough to proceed? If the answer is yes, indictments follow. This is why the moment carries weight, because it moves the conversation from theory to consequence. Recent developments, including the declassification of previously withheld intelligence and renewed reviews of past actions, have added fuel to an already volatile situation. Claims, counterclaims, and long-standing accusations are now being funneled into a system designed to produce a definitive outcome. At the center of all is a larger question that has never been fully resolved. Were the institutions acting in defense of democracy, or were they used as instruments of political power? That question is no longer being debated in interviews or articles. It is being examined where it matters most. Inside the legal system, the Department of Justice, supported by federal investigators and prosecutors, is now driving the process forward. Procedures are being reset. Cases are being reevaluated. Paths that once seemed closed are being reopened. This signals something important. Not necessarily the outcome, but the intent to reach one. If indictments come, the impact will be historic. If they do not, the process itself will still reshape public perception of what happened and who was responsible. Either way, the era of uncertainty begins to close. For years, many believed nothing would happen, that this system would stall, delay, and ultimately protect itself, that this chapter would remain unresolved, buried under layers of politics and time. That belief is now being tested because a grand jury is a point of no return. Once activated, it moves forward until a decision is made. No commentary can stop it. No narrative can redirect it. Only evidence matters now. The process has begun. The system is in motion. And whatever comes next will not be decided in headlines, but in courtrooms. This is where outcomes are no longer suggested. They are determined.
Will the military process the over 600,000 federal sealed indictments? All right, folks, as promised, I said I was going to do a 10-question rapid fire with Juan. Let's see if Juan can do this. Let's see if there's any glitches, any problems with the internet. Let's see what happens here. Let's see if we can accomplish this. First of all, Juanito, I want to ask you a question from me. This is a question from me to start this off.
Okay.
Podcasters like Alex Jones and Candace Owens, Megyn Kelly, Tucker Carlson, Nick Fuentes. Now that Trump's called them out, I've always said that podcasters would be activated for such a time as now. Are these podcasters being activated, or do they really believe what they believe? They're not. Are they compromised or not?
Oh, I don't know that they're compromised. I just think that they're going with trends that seem to make sense. Let me just say this real quick. I actually personally was a little bit concerned on the, for example, the Sandy Hook thing. I understand the judgment, the whole schmear, but I looked at that pretty closely back at the time, and I'm pretty comfortable that Sandy Hook is a problem. I don't think we've heard the end of it. It's 9/11-ish, okay? We got sold a bill of goods. But that doesn't change the fact that, these are people that have gone unhinged. We're in a time of war. Excuse me. You don't do that.
Well, they're doubling down.
Situation. Yeah, I know.
They're doubling down right now. Alex Jones is defending his position. They're all doubling down, tripling down.
Yeah, look, is there a problem with the Charlie Kirk thing? Absolutely.
Number 2, when is the EBS?
Well, that's about as dumb as it comes, okay? If we all knew the schedule, then it'd be like the attack at Pearl Harbor, as Trump said, a little surprise. Come on, man.
But he put out the reset's coming.
Okay, reset is a whole different thing. Reset in what area? Is it going to be a medical reset? Is it going to be the food reset? Is it going to be a power system reset? The cell phones that need to be reset because they're weaponized? Is it going to be the financial reset? Just saying, he's not clarifying. We have multiple things that have to be reset that are going to be reset. In the broadest sense, resetting the way that we have to constantly be chased around with terrorism and going to the next conflict and war and surprise and everything else, taking it out at the roots. That's like really smart. And Iran is, at the center of much of that. So, excuse me, the reset can mean different things in different places. Give me a fucking break.
Charlie Kirk assassination, real or fake?
I don't think that we have good answers on that, and I don't think that I certainly wouldn't say that that's done.
Is the Q operation real?
Of course, anybody that asks is it real or not, why don't you go take a powder and wait for the reset, and we'll reevaluate for you. Come on, give me a break. On the technical side, every single post can be deciphered with numerical meaning and precision, and the pacing, etc. A lot of that stuff could only be done if you have access to extremely important computers within the way that stuff gets posted on the internet to get things down to the second. Even the biggest companies without locations within the pipeline can't do that. It wasn't done from grandma's basement. Okay, that's as simple as that. You don't like what was said, you don't understand it. Okay, well, relax. You're going to get a chance to understand it. If there's going to be a lot of people by the time it's all over. They still have that glazed over look in their eyes, but I don't understand. But and there's a place for them. Go join the Flat Earth Society, and you'll feel right at home. Come on.
Wow, you got my next question. Okay? Well, then I'll switch it since you just answered that. Antarctica, ice
It's
wall.
a cult. It's a cult. I'm sorry. The Flat Earth thing. A Satanist got paid just under $500,000 for 2 years that we know of, and there may be many more, to use the Flat Earth storyline in order to map the suggestible nodes within the Patriot community. Okay? People that would then pass on other stuff. They mapped using that. It's like pinging, looking for an oil field with big thumpers.
You told me who did it. Can we say who it is? Can we?
Yeah. Michael Aquino. Yeah,
Michael Aquino's the one.
Defense. Yeah, who got money?
Is he like the modern day Aleister Crowley?
He would say that that's probably true. Yes.
Wow. All right. Let's get to the next one.
He wants to match Aleister Crowley on some very horrific things, and some of the allies of his. He's on another whatever. You got to wonder when they say that kind of stuff, and then it turns out it's not true, and they've been talking to him the whole time. Very, very disturbing. But anyway, I don't want to dive into that too far.
All right. Okay. Let's get to the next one. Or do you want to answer that? Pass.
As long as someone's in your heart and mind, they're never dead.
Okay. Epstein. Is it true there will be no prosecutions for the Epstein files?
Now, who's the dumbass saying that?
Diana Brookers. Books.
Diana, come on, man.
Dan Brooks.
Dan or Diana?
Diane.
Okay, Diane, listen. We aren't done. We're far from done. Obviously, we can't prosecute Epstein. Ghislaine's in jail. Of course, there's prosecutions happening. The stuff that you're looking for is tied into things that are so big, you probably haven't even considered it yet. Okay? And unfortunately, that kind of stuff has to be, properly handled. So there's stuff into the banking that almost hasn't been touched so far with the people involved on the Epstein stuff that Epstein was brokering. So take a breath. Of course, we're pursuing this as best as possible. Bondi asked the FBI for all this evidence. They didn't even give it to her. Found hidden rooms at the FBI in Washington, D.C. and found more evidence. Somebody at the FBI was hiding it. We only located that from the burn bags at the FBI office. There is so much more coming.
Well, will Trump's new attorney general finally basically drop the hammer? Are they going to serve out indictments?
Well, I think that's the whole point. Why did Trump have to put Bondi in there in the first place? Because Congress would not have approved some of the people that Trump wanted to put in as the attorney general. Why? Because they would have done stuff Trump wanted to do, which was far more severe. So he had to put an intermediate player in there just to get through Congress at the beginning of this term. Same thing with cash. I got to answer the question. Take a second. The reality is, whoever comes in next, I told you, Nino, from day one that she was not going to be a permanent. She was just to buy time.
You
Somebody else,
absolutely, you
whoever the
100%
next
did.
one
You
is,
100% did.
will be having 1,000 times more opportunity to go to the wall because we're coming into a different environment. You want to talk about reset? It's across the board, including how the Justice Department works. Okay, so hold on and be careful. All the stuff that you're wishing for, I don't want to hear one complaint from anybody that's asking those kind of questions. Are we going to see anything? When it goes so fast and you have hundreds of indictments in days and weeks, don't complain that it's going too fast. They can't keep up. We don't know. Bullshit.
The next one. Since Trump is putting his signature on the dollar, will the currency shift be apparent by the 4th of July? Would Trump really put his name on fiat paper turds?
Rome was not built in a day. And by the way, the whole monetary system with the Federal Reserve stuff and all, it's all built on a Roman model. In fact, the treasury in Rome was at the Temple of Saturn. These are Saturnists that are running this global financial system. It's too long of a story for here, but the short version is that, by the way, they put all their little codes and symbols, owls and frogs and numbers and all sorts of things, the shapes and everything. The dollar has so many occult symbols that are imprinted on it so that you carry their occult magic in your pocket. It's magic for them because it makes them, wealthy. And starting to force them to have Trump's signature on their stuff to cancel out their bullshit is kind of a joke. It's kind of fun.
When is the necessary scare event? And why have a necessary scare event? So why even have one, and when is it?
Snake bite. When's he going to get you? There's a snake loose in the room. When's he going to get you? Give me a break.
Good point.
It's going to be when it is. I mean, I'm sorry. There's stuff that's not date driven. It's sequence driven. We cannot really effectively have all the attention come back when we get into the arrests until these things across the globe are reeled in so they can't be used to pull our attention other places.
How will the military process the over 600,000 federal sealed indictments?
Well, again, it's probably not just that those indictments are 600,000. There's several million names in those indictments. Many of the indictments have the same names on multiple indictments. So, but at the end of the day, you're talking millions, and there's so many different areas that it covers. When we get into that, what it does is it allows for us to move quickly. But a lot of those indictments will be updated. So, for example, in the election stuff, even though we had stuff back in 2015, 16, 17, there's other stuff that updates fresh and new that has not been served, and the indictments don't time out, that are still in the federal court system all across the country, 54 federal courts.
Will Obama be the first arrest?
No.
Okay.
The first arrest, Podesta has some serious problems. Brennan has some serious problems. You see either of them get arrested, you know that they didn't do what they did by themselves. Many others were involved. So because of the way Brennan's been conducting himself and where he's hanging out, there may be a few extra twists in that one.
All right. When is Watch the Water going to happen?
Well, again, putting a date on certain things is a misunderstanding. We have checkpoints, choke points that we have to get through, and so we're closing on some of those now. And I would say we're on, pretty good on the timing. But I think it's better to view all of these things not looking for a date or timing by a date calendar, but by checkpoints. We haven't dealt with Cuba yet, so a lot of this won't happen until we have Cuba resolved. Also, it's a critical thing. And then there's really kind of two parallel things here. There's the Venezuela, Iran, Cuba, and similar country type stuff, and then there's stuff in the markets. At the end of the day, it's City of London. It's the Wall Street crowd, which includes other markets around the world, such as the Nikkei and things like that. And then it's the military's been getting cleaned out, get it out of some of these, problem children.
Rapid fire. Last question: is Israel really going to be saved for last?
Well, I think you see that happening right now. Again, there's so many angles to this. The largest lobbying group in Washington, D.C., the Israeli lobbying group. Oh, okay, but hold on, before you get all amped up. Second largest lobbying group, Saudi Arabia. And then if you add all of the Arab nations, the OPEC group, into either of those equations, they, outnumber the amount of money that's spent in lobbying Washington, D.C. like 3-1 over the Israeli lobby. So, but why I even raise that? Because Israel's being used as a stumbling block to take us to this third world war that many of the cults, especially the Masonic cult and Albert Pike, have a wet dream about causing the world to go into, to cause the three world religions, Abrahamic religions, which is the Jews, the Muslims, and the Christians, to fight each other. They all claim the same father, back to Father Abraham, Father of the Faithful. Their vision, this satanic vision, is to get the three half brothers fighting each other, and then they step into the gap after we beat each other's brains in. So at the end of the day, the fight is on, because remember, Israel was created through the Balfour Declaration, and that crowd that's taken over the Palestine area and doing the return of the faithful to Israel, a lot of these are very good people. But for everybody in the audience, don't interrupt me, this is very important. If you've ever been conned by somebody, they're your best friend, they have the greatest idea, they will, oh, brother, sister, everything else. And right up until you get the slap in the face, okay? This situation there in Israel, getting the particular political crowd in there. Remember, the Brits were behind all of that shit, and their whole thing is divide and conquer. They're using that as a stumbling block to the world to create endless conflict, especially at the heart of the region, which is the energy supplier to the world. So why even the timing of Israel at that time in that region? Because it's the energy supply point. That's where the spigot gets turned on. The world runs on energy. George W. Bush said, after 9/11, we're in a endless war against terrorism that has no end. Okay, well, we're putting an end to it. Come May 17th, for the 49 days up to July 4th, the 50th, the Jubilee Day, starts on July 5th. I believe that we're probably going to skate through most of these things. If you're looking for a time period where most of this drama actually starts to amp up, I believe it's after that. The president, God himself,
after the prayer,
wants us to have a
hold on, that's important.
Moment. It's crucial.
May 17th is the prayer. So after that, shit's going to get real.
That's right. And by the way, and it's why I did a coin here just the other day concerning the astronauts. In the midst of all of this, and every question that your people have, let me just say something. For the young people, I mean kids, 13, 14, even 8, 9, into their early 20s. When you talk about all this shit that we just talked about, and is it going to happen this, is going to be in that, and all that, that's very terrorizing. You're just getting started. You don't even understand everything. You're talking all that bullshit. You're scaring the living bejesus out of all these kids, and they don't have the lifetime of understanding. It's crucial. The kids need us not talking shit every second. Where's their future? Where's their hope? That's why we just went up and didn't do a fake. We did a real flyby on the moon. We're going out to pick up where we left off, where we didn't get stuff done before, and provide through all of these other things that we're doing as a people, as a country, a moment where these kids actually have a future to look forward to. And they're supposed to get to dream the dream that many of us had when I was growing up in the 50s and 60s.
All right, Juanito.
Give it back to them that was taken away from us. They need that in order to be able to have a sense of hope about what's coming.
But the first moon landing was fake.
Didn't go away the way it was purported, though. It's true.
All right, Juanito. Thank you for joining me. We did it. We accomplished it. Still a little longer than I thought, but this is good enough. Stay with me 1 second.
Constitutional Republic, common law restored, U.S. Inc., maritime law dissolved, gold asset-backed global currency reset activated in 209 countries. 63 banks functioning on fiat currency have collapsed. $517 billion lost. Trump's global military alliance in a worldwide takedown of the satanic cabal, including rescuing thousands of children from deep state underground tunnels. Trump Possible timing. On Monday, April 6, 2026, the new global quantum financial system was operational in 209 nations. With gold-backed currencies ending the fiat debt slavery, Trump had ripped financial control of the world from the cabal, restoring the sovereign U.S. Treasury. No income tax tariffs and fair sales tax now ruled. On Tuesday, April the 7th, 2026, banks were briefly dark as old debts were erased. IRS abolished. Prosperity funds launched for we the people. SWIFT, Society for Worldwide Interbank Financial Telecommunication, admitted that all messages about financial payments must now only be sent in the ISO 20022 format. This format worked with a number of payment and settlement methods, such as wire transfers across borders and securities transactions. This had an impact on over 11,000 banks, 200 countries, and $5 to $7 trillion worth of transactions every day. On Sunday, April 12, 2026, start of new financial era, and Saturday, April 18, 2026, possible. Friday, April 10th, 2026, breaking. We're getting close to the moment we've been waiting for. The final activation steps are anticipated to take place over the course of the next 24 to 48 hours. The start of the new financial era, which has been quietly developed behind the scenes, could be announced by official notification at any time. Nasara Dasara QFS system on Telegram. Worldwide activation. The live phase of the reset is rapidly approaching. Financial authorities and central banks from various regions are coordinating to confirm the changeover in unison. The new quantum secured monetary system will start functioning publicly as soon as the switch is recognized. Access wallet. There will be detailed instructions on how to get into the QFS wallet. I'll be one of the first to access the updated digital assets by logging in. The rollout may include secure system alerts or encrypted app updates, but because of the thorough planning that has already been done, it should be easy. Resetting finances. The wallet interface will instantly display new currency values. Automatic adjustments may be made to debts, balances, or legacy accounts. The quantum ledger will log every update, guaranteeing total transparency and verifiability. Transaction records. Seamless transition. Every previous trial has been successful. A fully offline, error-free, quantum-safe transfer was one of the most recent test operations. It is anticipated that the transition will go smoothly and without major disruption because the infrastructure is stable and support teams are in place. Everything is in order. The structure is prepared. A historic change in global finance is just a few hours away, so make sure your notifications are turned on. EBS activation. Friday, April 10th. When the EBS activates, do not be afraid. Be ready. There will come a moment very soon, April 18th, 2026, when every screen in the world displays the same message, your phone, your television, your computer, all of them simultaneously. Mr. Poole on Telegram. The emergency broadcast system will activate. Not for a hurricane, not for an earthquake, for the truth. For 72 hours, the world will receive a continuous stream of declassified information, the real history of the last 100 years, the crimes committed against humanity by those who claim to protect it, the technology that was stolen from you, the financial system that enslaved you. All of it, unfiltered, undeniable, and unstoppable. Some people will panic. That is expected. A lifetime of programming does not dissolve in an hour, but you will not panic because you already know. You have been preparing for this moment every time you read a post on this channel, every time you shared the truth when it was unpopular, every time you trusted your instincts over their narrative. When the EBS goes live, your role is simple. Be the calm in the storm. Be the person your family turns to. Be the one who says, I told you, and now I will help you understand. The old world ends with a broadcast. The new world begins with you. Friday, April 10th, 2026 update. Get ready for military Jasara Nasara emergency broadcast system. EBS, emergency broadcast system on Telegram. The world stands on the precipice of a dramatic shift. Whispered tales of a seismic event have culminated into a potent revelation. The military's training for the emergency broadcast system is set to unveil decades of veiled truths and obscured realities. The countdown to this unveiling marks the climax of human history as Jasara and Nasara come to fruition. This is the dress rehearsal for the grand revelation. The time has come to be in the know with precision. The event requires extensive testing and review of every detail. The complexity of revealing the truth globally means strict adherence to protocols. Everyone will be safely placed in their homes to witness the historical moment through the EBS, which is imminent. There must be a test and review of all activities. Implications on national and global levels demand perfect alignment. This is the practice run to seek responses and accuracy for the changes that will transform humanity. The schedule is firm, but be ready to adjust. Only select few know the exact timing for security. The EBS will air an 8-hour presentation, replaying 3 times a day for 10 days of communication darkness. During this time, 7 trumpets, EBS text messages will alert patriots to tune in. Phones will only work for emergencies, and the military encrypted signal app, internet, and ATMs will be offline. Afterward, a new quantum internet connects. Stock up on at least 3 weeks of food, water, cash, and essentials. Prepare kits and plans as urged. Generators and supplies are recommended for the Great Awakening. Starlink's internet arrives by month end. Coordinating teams are revamping the EBS for utmost security. Remain patient. No interference is allowed. No panic, as it is the release of suppressed truth. After the 10 days of blackout and presentations, life changes forever. The life support of old evil systems is pulled. Humanity moves to quantum reality of peace and prosperity. End of enslavement, old systems dismantled and replaced. New gold-backed USN currency brings freedom. Alert loved ones now to absorb the shock. The unseen battle between deep state and white hats rages. Deep state puppet masters face defeat. White hats wage war from within to restore freedom. Martial law protects during transition. Stay calm when EBS activates. The second revolution is underway. Great Awakening accelerates. Global collapsing with mass arrests and quantum system activating. White Hat's in control. President Trump leads to deliver Jassara Nassara benefits, debt forgiveness, prosperity funds, and healing tech. Prepare for revelation shaking the world. EBS guides to light. And Jassara Nassara unlock prosperity and peace. Share to wake the masses. Future bright for patriots. Global Currency Reset, Thursday, April 9th, 2026, and Thursday, April 9th, Bruce, the Big Call universe. A person working with the Redemption Center was told to stay not, go out of state, and stay up to 17 days after exchanges start. A source said Tier 4B notification were pending for Tuesday, April 14th, but Wednesday the 15th was a shoo-in. Another source said Tuesday, April 14th or Wednesday, April 15th with exchanges, Wednesday, April 15th or Thursday, April 16th. Another source said notification would happen Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, 14th, 15th, 16th of April. Last Tuesday, April 7th at midnight, the petrodollar was dead. This was code word for the end of the SWIFT system. 4 countries were still trying to use SWIFT, but it was no longer available. ZIM holders are the only ones who have to sign an NDA. There were 1,437 accounts seized in Geneva, Zurich, and the Cayman Islands a couple of days ago. The new U.S. Treasury note will be available at our exchanges. There was supposed to be an announcement about how much gold the U.S. has sometime between Saturday, April 11th and Wednesday, April 15th. Friday, April 10th, U.S. Treasury holdings, over $2.3 trillion in off-ledger assets have been quietly positioned through the U.S. Treasury since 2018. It is stored across strategic reserves in Texas, Nevada, Colorado, and Alaska. Internal documents link these holdings to the ISO 20022 transition framework. Global Military Alliance, Friday, April 10th. Earth Alliance war active now. U.S. military raids, global underground bases and bioweapon labs, seizes free energy tech. Iran tunnels collapse, final disclosure next. 10 days of darkness on Telegram. Right now, the Earth Alliance is running active military operations across multiple continents to complete the takedown of the global cabal. White Hat forces in the U.S. military, Space Force, and allied special units are raiding vast underground tunnel networks, seizing bioweapon labs, and shutting down human trafficking pipelines that funded the old evil power structure. These operations directly empower Donald Trump's America First agenda by removing the hidden infrastructure that assaulted American sovereignty for decades. High-level sources confirm raids on ancient tunnel systems in the Middle East, repurposed by cabal assets in Iran. U.S. and allied forces are liberating thousands of trafficked children and victims while capturing exotic technologies. Extreme depth earthquakes from USGS mark the underground battles against deep state holdouts and negative elements. Positive inner earth forces aid in clearing portals and advanced weapons aimed at the people. Trump's team coordinates strikes via secure channels to dismantle cabal financial nodes tied to energy suppression. Every raid seizes black project assets, promising lower costs and innovation explosion for patriots. During March and April 2026, the Alliance intensified tunnel clearances. Mass arrests are on track with EBS prepared for full disclosure activation. The quantum financial system activates gold-backed transactions replacing fiat slavery. Nassara Jassara triggers debt jubilees and prosperity releases from seized assets across 209 nations, restoring sovereignty to Americans first. The Earth Alliance controls stargates, and Iran Ops secured the final node for non-human intelligence disclosure. Trump prepares to release UFO data and suppress tech linked to free energy. Space Force protects from orbit as benevolent craft counter threats. Bases in Antarctica, Moon, and Mars are being liberated from the Dark Fleet. Cabal figures beg for deals, but face full accountability. Free energy prototypes test successfully set to create high-wage jobs and smash monopolies. Trafficking pipelines and bioweapon sites face permanent destruction. Citizens reclaim resources and security. President Trump directs strategy with White Hat briefings Deep state countermoves fail as earthquakes signal ongoing victories. White hat coalitions advance under American leadership. The cabal falls as free energy, prosperity, and the Great Awakening bring total victory to the Republic. Patriots, the storm is here, and the deep state is finished forever. Guru Information and Intel, Friday, April 10th. Trump victory. Strait of Hormuz opens after ceasefire as global alliance crushes cabal and prepares EBS activation. 107 on Telegram. The Strait of Hormuz is now fully open. Iran's deputy foreign minister declared the critical waterway secure and ready for safe passage of vessels. Reopening it was President Donald J. Trump's key demand in the ceasefire, marking a massive win against deep state warmongers pushing for endless conflict. The truce remains fragile, with some early disputes over Lebanon, but Vice President J.D. Vance leads negotiations confidently. He called the initial choppiness normal in any ceasefire. Lasting peace talks begin this weekend in Pakistan. Patriots, the storm is here and intensifying. With the U.S. corporation dissolved, President Trump restored American sovereignty under the original Constitution. As commander of the global military alliance, he authorized the final takedown of the satanic deep state cabal worldwide. Worldwide EBS activation approaches with martial law, 10 to 12-day lockdowns, and mass arrests of elite child traffickers and traitors. Truth will flood every screen exposing their crimes against humanity. White hat special forces heroically wrest finance and wars for centuries to impose their one world order. Their dark empire ends now. The global currency reset has activated across 209 nations with gold-backed currencies. Nasara and Jasara deliver debt forgiveness, prosperity funds, and the end of fiat debt slavery. The quantum financial system comes online fully. Friday, April 10th, 2026, a hacker group calling itself Anonymous for Justice says it hacked Israeli databases, laboratories, and weapons schematics. The Hidden Truth on Telegram. The group also published large files containing documents and photos, claiming they belong to Israeli officers and scientists. The scientists were working on technologies so sophisticated that the world had never witnessed their like before. Inside the compromised Mossad database, you can also find detailed agendas outlining projected global scenarios for the next 50 years, including wars, economic crises, and strategic tools designed to shape world events.
Michael Jocko and Sheila Holm. Trump springs the ultimate trap on Iran as fake mega traders fall for the deception and shocking emergency broadcast. In a powerful emergency broadcast on April 10, 2026, Michael Jocko and Sheila Holm broke down the stunning developments as President Trump executes a masterful plan against the Iranian regime. The stock market is exploding upward in approval of his peace initiatives, with massive gains yesterday and more expected tomorrow as shorts get squeezed hard. Silver and gold are surging, pointing to even greater prosperity ahead under his leadership. Trump, the unparalleled deal-maker, has forced Iran to the negotiating table for the first time in nearly 5 decades. With IRGC leadership taken out, the regime is fracturing into dozens of rival groups that cannot coordinate effectively. While a peaceful deal remains possible, the path may lead to decisive ground action, potentially launching from strategic positions in Iraq, where American might stands ready to strike swiftly. The broadcast exposed how infiltrators within the MAGA movement are revealing their true allegiances. Tucker Carlson, Alex Jones, and Marjorie Taylor Greene have launched vicious attacks on President Trump, going full opposition despite his incredible accomplishments. These individuals, long suspected of being planted to sow division, are now showing their colors as the Great Awakening accelerates. Critical thinking patriots are rejecting their lies and standing stronger than ever with Trump. Sheila Holm provided crucial insights into the Taqiyya, the Islamic doctrine commanding Muslims to deceive non-believers in order to advance jihad in Islam. This explains the constant betrayals and false narratives pushed by regime elements and their supporters embedded in America. Statistics are staggering, with Muslims responsible for over 90% of terror acts worldwide since 9/11s, and zakat funds openly supporting terrorist organizations like Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Taliban. dangerous offspring of Iranian regime leaders, who enjoyed luxury lives in places like Los Angeles and Texas, while their people suffered, are now being rounded up by ICE and deported en masse. Their psychopathic behaviors, including stalking, abuse, and threats, and confirm they are every bit as dangerous as their relatives abroad. America is purging these threats, refusing to allow them to turn a nation into a slave state under Sharia control. Drawing deep biblical parallels, President Trump embodies the spirit of King Cyrus, who historically liberated Persia and freed captives. Persians, many of whom are secret believers forced to outwardly conform, are seeing hope for freedom. Historic peace agreements, including between Armenia and Azerbaijan, signal the breaking of ancient cycles of conflict. Divine timing with Passover and resurrection themes in early April underscores the spiritual battle reaching its climax. Signs of providence continue to manifest as the deep state crumbles globally. Top generals and officials are being removed in China and other nations, exposing interconnected networks that once seemed untouchable. Military operations demonstrate precision and overwhelming success, rescuing assets while minimizing risks despite leaks by traitors now facing justice. Millennium Trump boldly declared that the Jeffrey Epstein nightmare must end today, calling out the full network of enablers and demanding congressional action. The elite sick operations are being dismantled, and full exposure is imminent. Meanwhile, Congress proves utterly useless, failing basic duties as states step up independently to secure elections and borders.
What we think we know as of Saturday, April 11th, 2026. Friday, April 10th, 2026. The Clintons had full control over the contracts for anyone getting involved in the Haitian recovery efforts. These efforts also included Haitian elections. The Clintons implemented Smartmatic into Haitian politics after the 2010 earthquake. This is the beginning of the global operation to install these manipulative backdoor implemented electronic voting machines worldwide to steal elections and install the candidate of their choice. This is the election fraud cartel, and it's inside. Friday, April 10th, 2026. Bombshell alert. Governor Ron DeSantis warns alliance with UK at risk. They've changed their country. We cannot follow. A shock statement that hits the core of the transatlantic alliance. Friday, April the 10th, 2026. The FBI caught staging J6. A secret 2020 war game shows 274 undercover agents rehearsed mass prosecutions of patriots months before it happened. This was a deep state setup to frame Americans to bury the stolen election. This is treason. Charlie Ward and Friends on Telegram. Friday, April 10th, 2026. Trump, Iran, and NATO. And we have a link. Now they're begging to talk. Glenn Beck's dream. Was Glenn's dream actually a vision for our future? And Friday, April 10th, JAG arrests Obama's Secretary of Energy, who sold us nuclear secrets to China. Sold U.S. What we thought we knew but didn't really know, and how, and now am supposed to know but don't have a clue. With clones, doubles, made-up movies, Hollywood style, and Trump's military alliance throwing more popcorn at us, it gets so confusing. Illuminati members list in 2013: Jay-Z, Dr. Dre, Cypress Hill, Chris Brown, Drake, Celine Dion, Halle Berry, Eminem, Rick Boss, TB, Joshua, Charlie Boy, Tonto, DK, Davido, WizKid, P-Square Twins, Britney Spears, Aaliyah, Nicki Minaj, Beyonce Knowles, Alicia Keys, David Bowie, Madonna, Paris Hilton, Barack Obama, Aretha Franklin, Bob Marley, Angelina Jolie, Jim Carrey, Bob Dylan, David Bowie, late Michael Jackson, who eventually turned against them, Justin Bieber, Kanye West, Marilyn Manson, Lady Gaga, Lil Wayne, late Tupac Shakur, who death, Nas, Rihanna, P. Diddy, Wiz Khalifa, late Whitney Houston killed after she turns against them, T-Pain, Kim Kardashian, and other popular music stars not mentioned here. Famous people who are alleged member of the Illuminati, both past and present: William F. Buckley Jr., George H.W. Bush, George W. Bush, Bill Clinton, Hillary Rodham Clinton, Al Gore, Gerald Ford, Ronald Reagan, Richard Nixon, Lyndon B. Johnson, Ted Kennedy, Henry Kissinger, Mikhail Gorbachev, Guy de Rothschild, John D. Rockefeller, Mary Astor, Clifford DuPont, Andrew Mellon, W. Mellon, Dick Cheney, Robert Colin Boyd, Chris Christopherson, Boxcar Willie, Bob Hope, Elizabeth II, Queen of Great Britain, Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, Charles, Prince of Wales, Prince Andrew, Duke of York, Princess Anne, Duchess of Calabria, Winston Churchill, Franklin D. Roosevelt, Joseph Stalin, Adolf Hitler, Bill Gates, Barack Obama, Alan Greenspan, Ben Bernanke. Keep in mind that while most of the people on the above list are believed to be members of the Illuminati, some of them are alleged members. Possible timing: on Monday, April 6th, the new global quantum financial system was operational in 209 nations, with gold-backed currencies ending the fiat debt slavery. Trump had ripped financial control of the world from the cabal, restoring the sovereign U.S. Treasury. No income taxes, tariffs, and fair sales tax now ruled. On Tuesday, April 7th, banks were briefly dark as old debts were erased. IRS abolished, prosperity funds launched for We the People. SWIFT, Society for Worldwide Interbank Financial Telecommunication, admitted that all messages about financial payments must now only be sent in the ISO 20022 format. This format worked with a number of payment and settlement methods, such as wire transfers across borders and securities transactions. This had an impact on over 11,000 banks, 200 countries, and $5 to $7 trillion worth of transactions every day. Thursday, April 9th, breaking. Iran strikes reveal direct undersea super tunnel to U.S. soil. Project Odin martial law and telegram. President Trump safe in the secure White Hat command bunker. Just watch the impossible happen live. The precision strikes on Iran triggered the master tunnel map to explode with a new glowing red line, a 5,000-mile undersea super tunnel running straight from Iranian deep state bunkers into hidden U.S. coastal domes along California and Florida. U.S. Army forces under Trump's direct command are already inside both ends, raiding live as we speak. Temporary martial law is now expanded to full coastal lockdown to protect the rescue ops. Thursday, April 9th, QFS NESARA DESARA has been activated. What is NESARA? National Economic Security and Reform Act. What is JSARA? Global Economic Security and Reform Act. What does NESARA do? Each country maintains their sovereignty. You as a person maintain your sovereignty. Yes, you own your stuff. Land, home, cars. Each country has their own sovereign physical and digital currency that is backed by precious metals. Utility-backed currency with values, not as with the corrupt fiat system. Each country worships as they pleases. Each country governs itself independently. Currencies worldwide, digital, physical, are placed on a level playing field that brings fairness to the world trade markets, all backed by precious metals. Society will not be entirely cashless. Rather, all currencies, physical or digital, will be backed with tangible precious metals. This is the reason why we are currently witnessing a steady collapse of the central banking system worldwide, as the decentralized financial market system revolution continues. Over $106 billion, 106 billions, are in circulation payments to all citizens. These funds are obtainable through your Q phones. The hour has arrived. We all prayed for this day. Obtain and configure your quantum phones. QFS NESARA DESARA has been activated. The greatest wealth transfer in the history of humanity is here. Apply for your NESARA DESARA sovereign wealth funds today. The green light is already given. Most will hear about this later. A few will see it first. Enter the official Tier 4B ISO 20022 now. Looks like a Telegram channel. And Thursday, April 9th, Bruce the Big Call. A person working with the Redemption Center was told to stay not go out of state and stay up to 17 days after exchanges start. A source said Tier 4B notification were pending for Tuesday 14th of April, but Wednesday April 15th was a shoo-in. Another source said Tuesday April 14th or Wednesday April 15th with exchanges, Wednesday April 15th or Thursday April 16th. Another source said notification would happen Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, 14th, 15th, and 16th of April. Last Tuesday, April 7th at midnight, the petrodollar was dead. This was code word for the end of the SWIFT system. 4 countries were still trying to use SWIFT, but it was no longer available. ZIM holders are the only ones who had to sign an NDA, and there were 1,437 accounts seized in Geneva, Zurich, and Cayman Islands a couple of days ago. The new U.S. Treasury note will be available at our exchanges. There was supposed to be an announcement about how much gold the U.S. has sometime between Saturday April 9th, 2026, after a 68% error rate with mail-in ballots was found in the Michigan 2020 election. A forensic audit of Dominion voting machines by election experts was performed. The results were released by a judge that read, "We conclude that the Dominion voting system is intentionally and purposefully designed with inherent errors to create systematic fraud and influence election results. The system intentionally generates an enormously high number of ballot errors. The electronic ballots are then transferred for adjudication. The intentional errors lead to bulk adjudication of ballots with no oversight, no transparency, and no audit trail. This leads to voter or election fraud. Based on our study, we conclude that the Dominion voting system should not be used in Michigan. We further conclude that the results of Antrim County should not have been certified," Edwards noted on Telegram. Thursday, April 9, 2026, 5 hospice fraudsters arrested in Gavin Newsom's California for $267 million scheme purchasing out-of-state identities off the dark web, then billing taxpayers. The fraud in California is off the chart under Governor Newsom's watch. Thursday, April 9th, Glenn Beck revealed he has documents showing a deliberate plan by Muslims in America, noting that New York City mosques grew from 84 in 2001 to over 400 today. Yet Muslims still block streets and public parks for prayers. He said that Muslim Brotherhood took over many mosques, exploiting America's charitable nature, and that Americans were asked for help while a clear plan to expand influence was being laid out, fully documented in the materials he possesses. We got to get rid of these extreme Muslim Brotherhood people. This stuff is not compatible at all with who we are, our laws, our constitution, our religion. I mean, it's not compatible. And it's actually, the religion itself, they commit crimes against humanity. They stone women and they throw homosexual people off bridges. And I mean, I don't understand how we're tolerating this. This is a very dangerous situation. They're trying to invade us from within. Thursday, April 9th, breaking special report, the 2028 strategy, how the system is reorganizing to stop Vance and recapture Trump's America. A strategy already in motion. Thursday, April 9th, shadow government. Obama accused of secret NATO-backed channel as Trump resets America's global role. Allegations of a parallel diplomatic network. Thursday, April 9th, breaking. Whistleblowers shocking revelation and lover outside his Martha's Vineyard estate. April 9th, breaking. U.S. debt clock. Recaptured ownership. The system they built versus the America they fear. Who really owns America? The question that changes everything. AMG News. Thursday, April 9th, Code Black. From the War Room, Deep State leak exposes why they had to eliminate General Flynn. We have it all. Wasn't a threat, it was a death sentence for their secrets.
Good morning. It's Friday. It's the 10th of April, 2026. The end of another week, and a very interesting week it's been. Everything that's happening right now is to distract from the collapse of the old financial system, the old US dollar, the euro, and the pound. There are those countries that are already ahead of the game, but we're watching the complete dismantling of an old system. What's happening at the moment in Israel, Iran, Lebanon is all part of the distraction. It's very interesting when you dig deep into what's actually happening, because in the movie, it's very, very distressing, and my heart goes out to the people of Lebanon because they're getting hit very, very hard by Israel at the moment. And we have friends in the Lebanon, and they're telling us exactly what's going on. They are getting hit very hard by Israel, and they were hit within 2 hours of the ceasefire being announced. And then Israel was like, "No, we didn't want to include the Lebanon. We wanted to hit them." And this just shows what a rogue group of people they are. They've gone completely rogue, and now we're in a very difficult position because America has to detach itself. And America has detached itself, but the United States is still attached to Israel. Listen to what I've just said. The United States is still attached to Israel, but America is detached already. But we're watching the complete collapse of the United States corporation, along with Israel, who are a complete rogue nation, whether you like them or not. The way that they go about their business, where they believe they're better than everybody else in the world and nobody else matters, and there's no law that sits above them. Allegedly. This is all being exposed. This is all part of the exposure. And they, of course, they've controlled the money. They used to print it. So we're watching the complete collapse of the old system. There's a lot of people out there who are turning on Trump at the moment. But Trump had to infiltrate them to find out what they were doing. He's not their friend. He's just pretending to be, and has been pretending to be for a while now in the movie, to expose them. That's how you do it. This is fifth generation warfare. This is the art of war. We're going through a difficult period, and don't jump too soon because of what you're seeing. There's so much going on right now. You're watching a movie. You're watching a pantomime. You've been told 1,000 times. Be very careful, because what you're seeing a lot of the time is not exactly what's happening. This is the art of war. Drew, good morning.
Good morning, Charlie. Good morning, everyone. Well, following on from that, Charlie, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's long-running corruption trial is set to resume on Sunday, following a pause due to the emergency measures during the recent conflict with Iran. The trial, which began in 2020, involves charges including bribery, fraud, and breach of trust, all of which Netanyahu denies. The outcome remains closely watched by both in Israel and internationally.
It's a very interesting case, because during this trial, there has been lawyers that have, in their own language, been unalived, assassinated, removed, whatever. They tend to try and use nice language like unalived. But in the end, the truth will always come out. I had no idea at the start of this journey how much they would fight to hang on to power. I knew that they'd be taken down. I knew that the end game happened 3 years ago, and they were taken down. But boy, oh boy, didn't they put up a fight. They put up one hell of a fight, and they still are. But don't get distracted. Also, it's very interesting that Iran has now decided to cancel all communications with the US and with Israel, because they cannot be trusted. The one thing with the Iranians, whether you like them or not, if they say they're going to do something, they do it. With the Americans, as in the United States of America, they cannot be trusted. Israel can definitely not be trusted. These are very testing times. And when Iran says we're not going to talk anymore, it's because they've tried many times and failed. And as I pointed out yesterday, the price of fuel in Iran is so cheap compared to our prices of fuel. It's no wonder that Israel and America are trying to knock the doors down and take control of that place. No wonder at all. Under the guise that they've got nuclear weapons from two countries that actually do have nuclear weapons. Allegedly. They're telling them they can't. Really? Wakey, wakey.
Thursday, April 9th, 3 meetings took place in the last 72 hours that no camera recorded. Charlie Ward and friends on Telegram. The first, a room beneath the Pentagon. No phones, no aides. Only 7 men in a decision that will reshape the Middle East before Friday. The second, a private jet, tail number blocked, departed Zurich at 3:17 a.m., landed at Joint Air Base Andrews. The passenger has not been seen in public since 2019. You were told he was dead. The third, Camp David, not the official. Visit the press was briefed on. The other meeting, the one with no guest list. The one where the new financial architecture was signed into law before the ink on the ceasefire was dry. Trump did not pause the strikes because of diplomacy. He paused them because the mission was already complete. The 5-day window is not for negotiations, it's for extraction. 14 high-value targets are being moved from 6 countries to a single location, a location the public will learn about soon enough. The war you saw on television is ending. The war you were never shown is entering its final phase. The deals are signed, the gold has moved, the names are sealed. Hi guys, I'm at Valiant Thor 369. This is Commander Thor's Telegram channel, and he did post something yesterday, or actually it was the day before, so I'm going to go ahead and read it. Patriots worldwide, in a meeting, please bear with me. Myself and my light-being families have been underground 18 to 19 hours a day, and sometimes longer. My family are 70 and don't need food or rest, unlike myself. I'm topside 3 to 4 hours for meetings and or debriefing meetings where I eat and then get a couple hours of sleep and back down. Things have gotten worse for us due to evil realm jumpers have joined in with the reptilians to try and even the score. My families have sent more for 5,000 more Pleiadian light warriors, and we have summoned all remaining 10D and higher energy beings from beyond the magnetic veil. God's first creation, who have been in wars with these beings in and out of the realms they come from. The ones we call the Shimmering, who sent a tidal wave of frequency and vibrations, which injured many of my family, and who broke my neck, are realm jumpers that we just discovered. I'm going to try with all my being to have a complete update on eradications and rescues of all living and dead souls this weekend. I'm not promising anything, but I will do my best to keep you informed. I'm Commander Thor, aka VT, and this is my post on my Telegram channel at VVT369. Peace and all love for all of you and your families, and may God bless and protect you and your families at all times. Going back down to join my families, level 10 under Austria. Please keep us in your prayers as we continue eradicating the evil, which had a 450,000 year head start on we God's creation. Much love, VT. P.S. First layer of inner earth beings of the 7 inner layers have joined us around the planet. Wow. Thank you to the light beings and Commander Thor and all who are helping to eradicate this evil. And prayers for safety and protection, because it sounds like things are heating up with these realm jumpers. So thank you, Commander Thor, for leaving us this update. With U.S. Inc. dissolved, President Trump has restored America's sovereignty by a return to the original Constitution and common law, while maritime law collapsed. As Commander-in-Chief of the Global Military Alliance, President Trump gave a go for the global military to take down the deep state cabal across the world. Expect soon worldwide EBS, blackout, martial law, and lockdowns for 10 to 12 days during mass arrests. Prepare, trust the plan. Awakening is not changing who you are, but discarding who you are not. Deepak Chopra. Judy note, what we think we know, but don't want to understand, let alone admit. Wednesday, April the 8th, breaking the biggest news of 2026. U.S. corporation dissolved. Trump takes command, restores America's sovereignty as maritime law collapses. AMG News. The Zionist movement originated not from the Jewish faith, but was concocted by the Satan-worshipping Rothschild bankers. They manipulate the Jewish people to believe in a Zionist movement where Palestinians have no rights and thus create ongoing wars. The Rothschild called themselves Jews but were loyal to Satan and do not believe in the faith. They were separate from the biblical Hebrews with a bloodline that traced back to the black nobility elites. For centuries, these child-sacrificing Satan worshippers have gained control of the global monetary system and manipulated events in order to establish their one world order, the mantra of the Vatican's deep state cabal. In 2013, deep state cabal leader John McCain helped orchestrate a Nazi overthrow of the government in Ukraine. The purpose was to utilize the country. Speaking of stupid government decisions, it makes no sense to me that Artemis is circling the moon when there's no proof we've been there or could even go there in the first place. They say the radiation belt above the Earth prevents humans from going into outer space. So what was Trump and Musk trying to prove now? Guru Nino agreed that Artemis was a psyop, he said on a recent podcast. With their nuclear card fumbled, the elites are fast-tracking the Artemis program psyop, complete with staged UAP and alien encounters designed to manipulate the masses. Patriots everywhere are laughing it off, recognizing it as a pure fabrication and refusing to buy into the latest fear narrative. You could also consult on the moon situation with famous whistleblower Julian Assange. His WikiLeaks has released thousands of pages of proof that our first moon landing was actually filmed in the Nevada desert, paving the way for NASA to steal $25 billion a year so the deep state cabal could build their dumb tunnel system. Worldwide EBS, blackout, lockdown, martial law, mass arrests, GCR. Washington, D.C. was no longer a government entity but has been designated as a military district. Since U.S. Inc. has been dissolved and martial law was in effect, with President Donald J. Trump as Commander-in-Chief. President Trump was also head of the Global Military Alliance and has given his go for a historic worldwide blackout, EBS and lockdown in order to arrest the corrupt deep state cabal. Very soon the emergency broadcast system will sound out worldwide. This EBS will take over all mainstream media. Every screen will be full of the truth about election fraud, crimes by big pharma and elite pedophile rings. During a 48-hour worldwide blackout, Jassara payouts will begin, while all media outlets worldwide will give way to EBS messages over cell phones and 8-hour documentary showings on TV, radio, and internet in 22 languages of the corrupt deep state agenda to take over peoples of the world. The new Starlink satellite system will make sure that the broadcasts reach every part of the world. The historic 10 to 12 day global military operation will include designated lockdown periods. During certain 5-hour windows each day of the military operation, citizens will be told to stay inside during the unsealing of thousands of indictments against Satan-worshipping corrupt deep state cabal elites, their special forces arrests and military tribunal action. We will receive 7 trumpets, aka EVS text messages on our phones alerting us to tune in to our TV or radios. Our phones will only work for 9/11. A military encrypted signal app will be available. The internet and ATMs will not work during that time. After the 10 days of communication darkness, we will connect to a new quantum internet. People are urged to stock up on at least 3 weeks of food, cash, and essentials. For years, Trump's loyal soldiers have been getting ready by mapping out deep state underground tunnels and drug trafficking routes. White hat operators have already saved a lot of kids from these bad places. The deep state is in a panic because their empire is falling apart. Special forces will hit their targets, taking out corrupt billionaires and officials who are hiding in bunkers. Because of the changeover from fiat currency to the new gold asset-backed global financial system, banks will be closed and ATMs won't work for a few days. Be ready with extra food, cash, and essentials. Stockpiles of food and necessities were ready so that patriots won't have to go through any pain during this change. This operation will bring back real sovereignty. Under Nassar Jassar, debts will be erased, borders will be protected, and the corrupt government will be destroyed. It's over for the Rothschilds, Clintons, Gates, and their friends. It's the golden age. Stay on the line, patriots. We are winning the light and the battle. A new republic is born. Possible timing. On Monday, April 6, 2026, the new global quantum financial system was operational in 209 nations with gold-backed currencies, ending the fiat debt slavery. Trump had ripped financial control of the world from the cabal, restoring the sovereign U.S. Treasury. No income taxes, tariffs, and fair sales tax now ruled. On Tuesday, April 7, 2026, banks were briefly dark as old debts were erased, IRS abolished, prosperity funds launched for we the people. SWIFT, Society for Worldwide Interbank Financial Telecommunication, admitted that all messages about financial payments must now only be sent in the ISO 20022 format. This format worked with a number of payment and settlement methods, such as wire transfers across borders and securities transactions. This had an impact on over 11,000 banks, 200 countries, and $5 to $7 trillion worth of transactions every day. Global Currency Reset, Wednesday, April 8, 2026. We have a link revealed the Saint Germain Trust, the $1 trillion fund, the final blow to the elite's fiat empire. Monday, April 6, the final phase of the Global Currency Reset has been activated. Tier 4B is now live and moving. Global banking hubs in Zurich, Reno, and Hong Kong have entered their final liquidity cycle. Insiders report notifications are rolling out right now. High-value transfers are clearing through the QFS, triggering full liquidity. Release across multiple tiers. Private banking channels confirm funds are already positioning. The final step before public rollout. Bank screens are lighting up with rates IQD $9.35, VND $5.89. Tuesday, April 7th, Bruce the Big Call. By Monday, April 6th, the global financial system was fully integrated with individual accounts mirrored into the system that were now live. One source reported that Tier 4B would be notified to set redemption appointments within the next 3 to 5 days by Sunday. The other individual gave us a timeline of 11th, 12th, and 13th of April, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, 2026. Guru Information and Intel, Wednesday, April 8th, bombshell. Trump destroys globalist Iran nuke plans while cabal pushes desperate alien psyops and bio-attacks on patriots. In 2026, Gizmo TV on Telegram. In a powerful discussion featured on Nino's Corner TV, Nino and the Ghost exposed the intense behind-the-scenes maneuvers defining the current global crisis in April 2026. President Trump has successfully wrapped up the Iran conflict by neutralizing the globalist planned nuclear holocaust, removing a key weapon from the deep state's arsenal. The White Hats are firmly in control, leaving the cabal in disarray and rushing into their next series of deceptive operations. Evidence suggests Benjamin Netanyahu has been taken out or rendered incommunicado, as suspicious proof-of-life videos show clear glitches, including distorted features and anomalous details. This shift paves the way for greater stability and the defeat of dark agendas in the region. With their nuclear card fumbled, the elites are fast-tracking the Artemis program PSYOP, complete with staged UAP and alien encounters designed to manipulate the masses. Patriots everywhere are laughing it off, recognizing it as pure fabrication and refusing to buy into the latest fear narrative. And just a quick side note, I did a highlights video on this particular interview, and the ghost did not comment on what was just said about Artemis. It didn't sound like he agreed with what Nino was saying, but you can listen to it and decide for yourself. Thankfully, White Hat forces have thwarted a devastating stateside Black Swan false flag that could have caused widespread panic. Dangers from IRGC proxies, ISIS, and Chinese-backed elements remain, but the administration is countering effectively. Breakthroughs by Elon Musk in advanced chip technology ensure U.S. independence from Taiwan, blocking China's AI dominance ambitions and securing future defense capabilities. The D.C. shakeup sees Attorney General Bonnie move to a new role. As the plan advances into its endgame phase, interim placements are preparing for Trump's ultimate Attorney General, setting the stage for a major arrest that could begin with high-level figures like Brennan ahead of the 2026 midterms. The deep state is terrified, flooding the world with disinformation as their house of cards collapses. Alarming reports detail a new tuberculosis strain, appearing in crucial swing states, aligning with elite discussions of an upcoming massive population reduction. These are desperate attempts at control, yet the awakened public, bolstered by Trump's withdrawal from global health organizations, fear tactics. Missing legacy nuclear devices from former Soviet stockpiles heightened the risk of dirty bomb false flags. But this administration will pursue those responsible with full force. The Princeton Noetics Project recorded extreme anomalies signaling an impending major event before going mysteriously offline, hinting that White Hats may have again intervened at critical moments. With a National Day of Prayer scheduled for May 2026, the nation is called to unite in prayer and strength for the challenges ahead. The neocon era is over, and a new realignment of nations is unfolding, surprising many as truth prevails. Patriots, the storm is here and intensifying. Globalists are cornered, their satanic networks exposed from Vatican archives to elite banking families. Stay vigilant, stock up on essentials, discern the lies, and trust the plan. The Great Awakening is unstoppable, leading to full justice and a brighter future for humanity. Trump has repeatedly outmaneuvered them, and victory draws near in this final battle against evil. Israel would be last. Q. Tuesday, April 7th. Israel's not America's ally. And there's a link. Israel's not America's ally. Professor Young Joaquin analysis. Tuesday, April 7th, 2026. A dedicated truth investigator explained how Zionist forces separate from biblical Hebrews, originated from ancient bloodlines tied to the Rothschilds and black nobility elites. These entities have manipulated events for centuries to establish their one world order through engineered conflicts and Hegelian dialects. Israel operates effectively as America's 51st state in this grand scheme. Quantum Connected on Telegram. Tuesday, April 7th, 2026, evidence suggests that Benjamin Netanyahu has been taken out or rendered incommunicado as suspicious proof of live videos show clear glitches, including distorted features and anomalous details. This shift paves the way for greater stability and the defeat of dark agendas in the region. What we think we know as of Thursday, April 9th, 2026. Wednesday, April 8th, Glenn Beck quotes President Trump on NATO and nations getting their own oil. Glenn destroys NATO for 54 seconds. Wednesday, April 8th, 2026, Iran main nuke site and underground missile cities. We may have just knocked out whatever Iran was secretly stockpiling. Wednesday, April 8th, Chief Justice Roberts lived a week in Obama lawfare boss Norm Eison's 150-room Czech palace. Eisen is the mastermind of the President Trump impeachments. An endless lawfare. Roberts is compromised by the Obama swamp. SCOTUS is rigged. 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. Wednesday, April 8th, JAG talks AI for speedier trials and verdicts. Wednesday, April 8th, Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman drops a bombshell that Obama gave the Iranian regime $150 billion in sanctions relief, and Iran did not build a single street, home, or factory for its own people. Every dollar went to terrorists. Missiles, drones, and other weapons aimed at Saudi Arabia. Drones and arming terror proxies like Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis. Iran even shelters senior al-Qaeda leaders, including Osama bin Laden's son. MBS calls it exactly what it was, an ideological project to spread chaos. Wednesday, April 8th, scoop. FBI filed bombshell, $10 million Biden bribe exposed. National corruption scandal ignites. Congress must act. Impeach Joe Biden. Wednesday, April 8th, top intel operatives face judgment day. DOJ launches grand jury to crush Obama, Clinton, and Russiagate traitors in history's biggest political coup case. Wednesday, April 8th, 2026, bombshell announcement. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, hundreds of billions stolen from taxpayers, up to 30% reward to expose the deep state scammers. Emergency broadcast system on Telegram. In a bombshell announcement that is igniting hope among patriots across the nation, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has unveiled a massive crackdown that stole hundreds of billions of dollars from American taxpayers. This bold initiative under President Trump's leadership is set to expose the corrupt networks and recover the stolen funds. The revelation comes as no surprise to those who have been following the truth movement and understanding the depths of the deep state's deception. Secretary Bessent has made it clear that the scale of the fraud is enormous, pointing to systematic failures deliberately created during the previous Biden administration to allow billions to flow into the wrong hands. Fraud protections were stripped away, opening the floodgates for fraudsters and high-level insiders to exploit emergency programs. The money disappeared into black holes of corruption, possibly funding shadowy operations against the American people. Now the Trump administration is fighting back with a powerful incentive program offering up to 30% rewards for information leading to the recovery of these misappropriated funds. This empowers everyday citizens and whistleblowers to step forward and reclaim what was stolen. It is an all-hands-on-deck effort to protect taxpayer money and restore accountability after years of unchecked abuse. This money was brazenly stolen from hardworking Americans and must be returned. This crackdown signals that the free ride for criminals in the system is over. The administration is tracking down every dollar and bringing those responsible to justice. For QAnons and truth seekers, this is a clear sign that the Great Awakening is accelerating, with more connections to globalist agendas set to surface. Patriots are encouraged to come forward with information, knowing they can be rewarded while striking a blow against the cabal. The hunt for the stolen billions is underway, and truth and justice will prevail. Expect major revelations in the coming weeks that will shake the corrupt establishment. President Trump and his team are draining the swamp, making America great again by holding the thieves accountable. NESARA announcement imminent. Official start of new system. End of old world structure. John F. Kennedy Jr. on Telegram. President Trump has activated Operation Liberty Shield, the largest military liberation campaign in modern history. Over 20,000 elite forces, including Navy SEALs, Delta units, Marines, and international white hats, have executed raids against the elite trafficking network buried deep inside underground tunnel dumps, biotech labs, and government installations across the globe. Tuesday, April 7th, 2026, the NESARA announcement was imminent. The official start of the new system and end of the old world structure. Worldwide EBS announcements will follow. All screens, all channels will air full disclosure in sequence documentaries to awaken the masses. A temporary global lockdown window will secure the broadcast phase where truth will be delivered without interruption. The quantum financial system is already active. Global trust funds and seized cabal assets have been moved into quantum ledgers for return to the people. Central banks have been migrated. ISO 20022 is live. All transactions are traceable. Corruption has no place to hide. Tuesday, April 7th, prepare for a 10 to 12 day global lockdown under martial law. Beginning very soon, military to distribute provisions where needed. Trump QFS Center, ISO 20022 on Telegram. Patriots around the world are on high alert as the White Hats prepare for a 10 to 12 day global lockdown under martial law beginning very soon in April 2026. This coordinated global military alliance operation launches the final international crackdown, deep state cabal that has controlled humanity for centuries. Military forces stand ready to distribute food, water, and essential provisions where needed as air and rail travel suspends, ensuring security during mass arrests of corrupt elites. President Trump has given the final approval for this historic strike, with the alliance already surging arrests of thousands of powerful figures involved in trafficking and corruption. Barack Obama and other key cabal members now face federal investigations and charges for child trafficking as the vast network tied to the Vatican royals and global leaders collapses. Special Forces rescues of American children from South American cartels highlight the commitment to leave no child behind, exposing underground horrors. A massive worldwide blackout precedes the emergency broadcast system activation, overriding all devices with undeniable truths. Revelations expose election fraud, elite pedophile rings, big pharma crimes, and satanic rituals performed in hidden tunnels. The quantum financial system activates, replacing the failing fiat empire with gold-backed Nasara laws, erasing all illegitimate debts, ending the IRS, and releasing prosperity funds directly to we the people. Under temporary martial law during the lockdown, special forces execute precise arrests of hiding billionaires and officials. The EBS broadcasts non-stop for days, delivering documentary disclosures that dismantle old systems of government, finance, education, and health. Starlink secures global communications, ensuring the Great Awakening reaches every patriot as the new republic rises. This is the storm QAnons have awaited, delivering justice for trafficked children and total victory over darkness. The Rothschilds, Clinton's Gates, an entire cabal panic as their empire crumbled, veterans and rescued innocents. Stockpiles guarantee smooth transition with no hardship for those loyal to the plan. Borders strengthen, sovereignty returns, and a golden age of freedom, abundance, and advanced technologies dawns. The deep state falls completely as holographic evidence seals elite fates in tribunals. Patriots have fought the long battle and now claim the light as the quantum reality of peace and prosperity unfolds for all humanity. The time of the Great Awakening peaks with divine justice unfolding exactly as planned. Stay strong, warn loved ones, and embrace the new era where we the people triumph. God bless America and patriots worldwide in this monumental shift to true freedom and sovereignty. Global currency reset. Monday, April 6, 2026, the final phase of the global currency reset has been activated. Tier 4B is now live and moving. Global banking hubs in Zurich, Reno, and Hong Kong have entered their final liquidity cycle. Insiders report notifications are rolling out right now. High-value transfers are clearing through the QFS, triggering full liquidity release across multiple tiers. Private banking channels confirm funds are already positioning, the final step before public rollout. Banks' screens are lighting up with rates. IQD $9.35, VND $5.89. Nasar connected on Telegram. Tuesday, April 7th, Bruce the Big Call. On Monday, the 6th, 2026, the global financial system was fully integrated, and individuals' accounts were mirrored into the system and were now live. We would be told how much gold the U.S. has between April 11th to the 15th, Saturday to Wednesday, in conjunction with the worth of the new U.S. notes. The conflict in Iran would not affect when Tier 4B would start exchanges. Two different sources reported different deadlines. One source said Tier 4B, us the internet group, would get notified to set redemption appointments within the next 3 to 5 days by Sunday. The other individuals gave us a timeline of 11th, 12th, 13th of April, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. The Prime Minister of Iraq would be seated. U.S. economic structure. Wednesday, June 10, 2026 was the lock-in date for the new 50 state credit union banks. Based on gold asset-backed monies, the system prioritizes accessibility and local empowerment while minimizing systematic burden. Interest rates were between 0 and 3%, which dramatically reduced the cost of borrowing. It has an economic footprint of only 4% of GDP, suggesting a lighter systematic load. Has zero income and property taxes, emphasizing financial relief at the individual level, and enjoyed a foundation of direct ownership of we the people, reinforcing decentralization. Tuesday, April 7, 2026. Breaking U.S. debt clock. Interest for good or evil. U.S. debt clock exposes two systems, two futures for America. The present Federal Reserve System using the fiat U.S. dollar has been driven by scale, complexity, and cost, where the burden shifted increasingly toward the population, and with interest rates ranging from 6% to 24%, significantly increasing long-term debt exposure. It has an economic reach of up to 20% of GDP, indicating a heavier systematic footprint. It promoted income taxation between 10% and 37%, reinforcing continuous extraction. The banking cartel centralized structure was associated with concentrated control. Since the gold asset-backed global currency reset activated on Monday, April the 6th, 63 major U.S. banks have collapsed under the Federal Reserve System, with over $517 billion lost. Mass arrests. Tuesday, April 7th, 2026, Fox News just delivered a major blow to the Jalisco New Generation Cartel, CJNG, in a massive coordinated raid across Phoenix. Authorities took down a major stash house operation, seizing huge quantities of narcotics, weapons, and cash. 121 plus arrested. On Monday, April the 6th, the U.S. Army Special Forces raided over 200 Hollywood mansions, going inside homes of the biggest names in Hollywood. Luxury gates were smashed. Hidden basement elevators descended into personal dumb tunnels that connected to the Mount Rushmore master map. They arrested the heart of the deep state. Guru Information and Intel. Tuesday, April 7th. Final phase begins. Final system collapsing as hidden battle escalates. Patriots around the world are witnessing the final phase of the Great Awakening as the financial system edges toward total collapse amid an escalating hidden war. Gene Decode, the veteran U.S. Navy submarine expert with extraordinary remote viewing abilities, has delivered powerful intel that is electrifying QAnons and truth seekers everywhere. This dedicated truth investigator explained how Zionist forces separate from biblical Hebrews, originated from ancient bloodlines tied to the Rothschilds and black nobility elites. These entities have manipulated events for centuries to establish their one world order through engineered conflicts and Hegelian dialects. Israel operates effectively as America's 51st state in their grand scheme. Current Middle East developments are part of a desperate setup for broader global conflict, aiming to pit civilizations against each other. Yet the White Hats Alliance has masterfully countered, exposing the off-world origins of these dark forces from the Scion system and their soul-hacking technologies. The push for gas fields and new canals reveals their greed, but the light is prevailing. BRICS nations are accelerating de-dollarization with gold-backed currencies, crushing the cabal's financial empire. No new fiat currency has been printed since 2017, and leaders worldwide are dismantling central banks. The quantum financial system is poised to bring true prosperity and freedom from debt slavery. Underground battles continue fiercely, with targeted earthquakes marking dumb clean-outs and the rescue of countless trafficked souls. From the Middle East borders to Asian networks, the alliance is destroying child trafficking operations and satanic strongholds. Also, it's important that we recognize what the light beings and the Venusians and Commander Thor and what they're doing in the very, very deep ancient tunnels. These are thousands of years old, and they are hunting down evil, all kinds of evil, but a lot of them are reptilians, and rescuing children. So we appreciate what they're doing as well. In America, the deep state ramps up medical tyranny with tyrannical rules allowing home invasions and forced quarantines. This blatant declaration of war on the people will ignite massive peaceful resistance and civil disobedience. The White Hats ensure it awakens the masses without full kinetic chaos. Trump's strategic trials will unleash classified evidence of widespread election fraud and deep state crimes, serving as the ultimate revelation. The emergency broadcast system awaits to broadcast the truth globally. Spiritually, this is humanity's defining moment. Reject false divisions, stand for the Creator, and envision the new golden age. Suppressed free energy technologies will return. The planet heals and victory over these invaders is at hand. Patriots, the cabal is in its death throes. The financial collapse signals their end. Stay strong, united, and ready for liberation. The alliance plan is unfolding perfectly, and the best is yet to come.
Tuesday the 7th of April, 2026. Did they really think we would believe there was another mission to the moon? It's all been faked so NASA could continue to launder millions of U.S. taxpayer monies into their pockets. Post from Starkey Farmstead, YouTube. Tuesday the 7th of April, 2026. Former Kentucky clerk says illegal aliens are being sold. $200 driver's licenses all throughout the state. The undocumented workers would come into the office in groups. I found out it may have been going on for a couple of years before it was found out. A key to pulling off this scheme was making sure the required Homeland Security screening was never run. She says this happens every day. Tuesday the 7th of April, 2026. Pam Bondi was fired. In part, because President Trump believed she had tipped off Eric Swalwell, according to the Daily Mail. Trump reportedly believes Bondi tipped off Swalwell about the FBI's effort to share investigative documents about his relationship with an alleged Chinese spy. The FBI was preparing a cache of documents on Swalwell's relationship with Christine Feng, the Daily Mail reports. She's intervening in those matters. The White House wasn't pleased she was intervening, due to her personal friendship with Swalwell, a source told the Daily Mail. Tuesday the 7th of April, 2026. On July 4th, 1917, Nikola Tesla's Wardenclyffe Tower on Long Island, New York, was demolished by the federal government when they found out he was planning to give the world free energy as a gift. It was an early experimental wireless transmission station designed and built in 1901 to 1902. They censored Tesla using the newspapers they controlled. Nikola Tesla was one of the most important inventors of all the time, and they never taught you about him in schools, and this is solely because they don't want you digging about free energy. Tuesday the 7th of April, 2026. Obama diverted $400 million from Iran's pallets of cash through the Dubai embassy to Italian operatives and Merrill Lynch in Geneva to fuel the stolen 2020 election, which was exposed, under oath, by Maria Zack. In return, Leonardo Spa officials used military satellites and CIA tools like Hammer and Scorecard to hack U.S. voting machines, flipping Trump votes to Biden along with other fraudulent methods, machines, mail-in ballots, and remote access. China coordinated the operation with tech and bribes. The CIA oversaw the stolen 2020 election, and the FBI covered it up, all to install Biden as a puppet to the cabal and foreign powers. This global election fraud cartel is the largest threat to American democracy and the world. Tuesday the 7th of April, 2026. Breaking military intel. Bleeding, alone, hunted, U.S. colonel, survives the impossible in Iran. A story that defies logic. And redefines survive American Media Group. Tuesday the 7th of April, 2026. Bombshell alert. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent orders massive bank audits by IRS and $18 billion Minnesota welfare laundering. Scandal the 7th of April 2026. Breaking. The New World Order. U.S. moves to withdraw 100,000 troops from Europe and halt trillions in defense spending.
I'm currently at Commander Thor's Telegram channel, Valiant Thor 369. I wanted to remind everyone to please visit. He has lots of information going way back that he has posted. Now, recently, we know that the Artemis rocket had gone up to the moon and circled around the dark side of the moon. A lot of people are saying that that was CGI and faked and blah, 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 like they always do when it comes to NASA. I asked Commander Thor about that particular operation. He said it was real, not CGI. They did go to the moon and circle around the dark side. And I'm here currently at September 28th, 2024, where Commander Thor has some wonderful pictures and some explanations about the Apollo 20, which was a secret mission to the moon, and what they found there. So would be interesting if you are interested to read about some of the things they found. Martian, petrified Martian mothership, things like that. Fascinating. But yes, we do have a base on the moon. We even have prisoners up there. There's a Gitmo up there. And the Nazis were up there. I mean, there's a whole history of the secret space program being on the moon. So, yes, we did. NASA does go to the moon, can go to the moon. NASA did go, it was not CGI. If you read about the secret space program and everything, you'll know we are in space. We are already up there.
Is happening in the world right now, and just look at Iran, where, according to mainstream media, the United States is bombing the hell out of it. And the fact is they're bombing the hell out of what they put there, because all of the terrorist cells that are in Iran are nothing to do with the Iranian people. They were created by the Bushes, the Obamas, and the Clintons under the control of Israel. Let's get it right. So what's being bombed there right now is the dismantling of the corrupt system that was put in by the US and Israel. It's not Iran. It's not the people of Iran. The people of Iran are amazing people. And I've been there. It's a beautiful country full of beautiful people, where Christians and Muslims have lived side by side for hundreds, if not thousands of years. They've lived in peace. They get on very well together, until the Zionists showed up and then wanted to divide them and wanted to steal their country, allegedly, and wanted to steal other countries around there. That's why they created 25, 30, 40 years ago the term anti-Semitism. Allegedly. It was created so that it filtered into our psyche that if you said anything against them, you became an anti-Semite. Well, the fact of the matter is that Semitism is a language that's spoken in that part of the world. Most of the people who speak the Semitic language are actually Muslim and not what they claim the world to know, because they control, or they did control, the media. They control the narrative. They're losing control of that right now, and we're seeing the results of that. Good morning, Drew.
Good morning, Charlie. Good morning, everyone. My first story of the day is France has officially withdrawn all its gold reserves from the Federal Reserve Bank in New York. Macron silently sold 129 tons of French gold stored in New York and bought it at an equivalent amount of gold in Europe. France is preparing for the end of the petrodollar. Well, wasn't that smart thinking, Charlie?
It certainly was, but it also confirms to me that what we're doing is watching a movie, because I know that this happened 3.5, 4 years ago. And now it's playing out for the public to see, and France is absolutely right in getting rid of or removing their gold from New York. And without being too frivolous, there is an awful lot of gold that is held in the Bank of England that does not belong to England. It belongs to other people, but it's in the custody of the Bank of England, a bit like the gold, French gold that was in the custody of the Federal Reserve. It's not their gold, it's not their silver, it belongs to the country that placed it there for security reasons. And people are starting to realize now that you need to be a little bit more wise. I've said right from day one, if you buy gold or silver, do not keep it within the banking system. Keep it outside of the banking system, because they can very, very easily take it off you. And the gold and silver that is being declared in these countries, it's not their own, it's somebody else's. Now, if you and I were to do that, we'd land up in prison. So I'd advise you don't. My second story is a fun one, because there's a lot of people in the truth community turning against Donald Trump. And this shows me everything I need to see, because it shows what frequency they're on. Those people who believe in God and have their faith and trust in God know that Donald Trump came here as a disruptor. As he said it himself, I've come to drain the swamp. When you drain a swamp, you create a lot of mess. On the journey, he'll create a lot of mess. And this is all part of what God called him to do. So those turning against him, check your frequency before you open your mouth. Because when God calls somebody to do something, it might not be the way you wanted it. It might be a different way. We're all learning that the hard way. Stay close to God. You'll find the truth. Drew.
Next up, tensions continue between Hungary and the European Union as Prime Minister Viktor Orban maintains his opposition to several EU policies. Recent public demonstrations and political messaging have highlighted Hungary's stance on national sovereignty, with government officials pushing back against what they describe as external pressure from Brussels. The EU has previously raised concerns over governance and legal standards, leading to ongoing disputes over funding and policy direction.
Well, Hungary has been standing up against the EU for some time now. Viktor Orban is doing an amazing job, and we're starting to see more and more countries in Europe stand up against the EU. They're no longer getting it their own.
Well, we thought we knew, but didn't really know, and now I'm supposed to know, but don't have a clue. With clones, doubles, made-up movies, Hollywood style, and Trump's military alliance throwing more popcorn at us, it gets so confusing. Sunday, April 5th, 2026, boom, 1913 exposed. Trump strikes final blow to the IRS. Tariffs in, income tax out. Trump signature on dollar signals return to pre-1913 prosperity and true sovereignty. Tuesday, April 7th, Jamie Dimon, CEO of JP Morgan Chase, says that U.S. government raising taxes does not do anything to help the average American. He says raising taxes does nothing because Congress just launders the money to their friends, special interest groups, and 17,000 lobbying groups. I don't know anyone, and you guys in the room, you might be Democrats, Republicans who think that sending another $1 trillion to Washington, D.C. will actually improve anything. So when you say raise taxes, if you said raise taxes and directly give it to the people who need it, do it. That does not happen. It goes to all these interest groups and they give it to their friends and all of that, which is why the people are considered a swamp. It's kind of a swamp, the 17,000 lobbying groups, but bank companies are guilty too. They're just fighting for their one self-interest as opposed to what's good for my country. Project Oda and martial law and Telegram. Tuesday, April 7th, 2026, former IRS agent. He spent 2 years of investigating claims of people who said there is no law to say we have to pay income taxes. He quit and has not paid in 25 years. We were lied to, misled, and robbed for decades. Just give it time to roll out. We are still in the matrix. Wars, and rumors of wars. Tuesday, April 7th. Fox News. A U.S. attack on Iran has just killed 50 senior Iranian leaders. This comes shortly after a post from President Trump tonight with a video of the strike. Judy note, on Monday, April 6, 2026, the U.S. Army Special Forces raided over 200 Hollywood mansions, going inside homes of the biggest names in Hollywood. Luxury gates were smashed. Hidden basement elevators descended into personal dumb tunnels that connected to the Mount Rushmore master map. They arrested the heart of the deep state. With the mass arrests now in full force, a financial tsunami and global lockdown with temporary martial law appeared imminent. The new gold asset-backed quantum financial system was set to wipe out the Rothschild central banking system. Bank of America, Wells Fargo, Citibank could soon be offline with your bank account. Balance zero, bank card declined, ATMs and bank apps not working. It is advised to withdraw your bank account monies out now. This worldwide financial collapse had been coming for a long time. Dutch banker Ronald Bernard had reached the highest levels of the Illuminati, crashed national economies, bankrupt companies, and was an expert at money laundering. EBS martial law, 10 days of darkness. Judy note, some say the EBS would be here tomorrow, Tuesday, April 7th. Some say in 2 days, or by Saturday, April 18th, or by Friday, May 1st. They all say soon. The EBS will announce a world financial collapse, martial law, and 48-hour communication blackout would occur, complete with worldwide lockdown with no internet, bank, ATMs, phones, and 10 days of darkness. 7 trumpets will sound on our cell phones across the planet to announce a whopping 50,000 military troops have been mobilized to ensure EBS mandates. Monday, April 6, 2026, the EBS alert countdown has begun. To martial law, EBS test signals have been confirmed in multiple regions. Stay vigilant for activation. No exact timeline is public, but secure briefings indicate readiness. Prepare for a 48-hour communication blackout, along with lockdown. No more deep state censorship. No more fake news feeds. Only documentaries expounding truth across every TV, radio, and internet broadcast worldwide. Expect 10 days of media silence as the military control communications and spit out emergency broadcasts revealing everything. This will be a time of communications reset, with cell towers neutralized as weapons, banking system frozen, and ATMs, credit, and debit cards not working. 7 trumpet EBS alerts to sound out on every phone across the planet, announcing temporary worldwide martial law. 10 days of communication darkness, internet shutdown, ATMs, banks offline, phones, emergency calls only. Be prepared. Stock food, cash essentials. Saturday, April 18th, when the EBS activates, do not be afraid. Be ready. There will come a moment very soon. April 18th, 2026, when every screen in the world displays the same message. Your phone, your television, your computer, all of them simultaneously. The emergency broadcast system will activate, not for a hurricane, not for an earthquake, for the truth. For 72 hours, the world will receive a continuous stream of declassified information, the real history of the last 100 years, the crimes committed against humanity by those who claim to protect it, the technology that was stolen from you, the financial system that enslaved you, all of it. Unfiltered, undeniable, and unstoppable. Some people will panic. That is expected. A lifetime of programming does not dissolve in an hour. But you will not panic because you already know. You have been preparing for this moment. Every time you read a post on this channel, every time you shared the truth when it was unpopular, every time you trusted your instincts over their narrative. When the EBS goes live, your role is simple. Be the calm in the storm. Be the person your family turns to. Be the one who says, I told you, and now I will help you understand. The old world ends with a broadcast. The new world begins with you. Global Currency Reset on Wednesday, April 1st, 2026. The Global Currency Reset and Judicial laws activated across 209 nations, erasing debts, ending IRS, launching prosperity funds, and wiping out all illegitimate debts from the deep state bankers. Trump's sovereign U.S. Treasury note replaced the collapsed Federal Reserve dollar. No more income taxes, only tariffs and fair sales tax. The cabal's financial empire crumbles as the gold-backed QFS goes live. Tuesday, February 2026, Bruce the Big Call. Official redemption centers opening first week of April 2026. Full Jassara protocol activated. Donald J. Trump office on Telegram. The countdown is over. Redemption schedules are now being filled with authorized participants. The infrastructure is alive. What happens inside a redemption center? biometric verification, complete identity sovereignty, asset-backed rates, legacy currency, Zim Dinar Dong, exchanged into digital value, quantum card activation linked to your sovereign wallet on XRP Ledger, XRPL, instant access, borderless funds 24/7, secure, debt clearance plus wealth management plus project funding, full post-exchange onboarding. Access is strictly controlled, no walk-ins. Monday, April 6th, final phase activated, no turning back, confirmed. Tier 4B is now live and moving. Global banking hubs in Zurich, Reno, and Hong Kong just entered their final liquidity cycle. Insiders report notifications are rolling out right now. This is real-time execution, not speculation. Breaking intel, massive QFS movements underway. High-value transfers are clearing through the QFS, triggering full liquidity release across multiple tiers. Private banking channels confirm funds are already positioning, the final step before public rollout. Live bank screens lighting up with rates. IQD $9.35 fully active. Internally, VND $5.89, exceeding projected values. Zim processing elite groups receiving now. Monday, April 6th, NASARA, National Economic Security and Recovery Act, and JASARA, Global Economic Security and Recovery Act, are two proposals for economic reform that have been circulating on the internet for quite some time. Tier 4B martial law. The main goal of these proposals is to make the world a better place by introducing a bunch of changes to the way we handle money. Some of these changes include eliminating debt. Imagine waking up one day and finding out that all your student loans, credit card debt, and mortgage have vanished into thin air. Sounds like a dream, right? Well, that's what NASARA and JASARA are proposing. Introducing a new currency. Say goodbye to the good old US dollar and hello to a shiny new currency backed by gold, silver, or some other precious metal. This would make the value of money more stable and less prone to inflation. Revamping the tax system. No more complicated tax forms or surprise tax bills. NASARA and JASARA want to simplify the tax system and make it more transparent so you can finally understand what's going on with your hard-earned cash and helping the little guy. These proposals aim to support small businesses and individuals by giving them access to low-interest loans and other financial assistance.
QFS Information Center, Quantum Financial System and the Tier 4B Internet Group, the world of currency revaluation, redemption centers, and NASARA-GASARA payments. Tier 4B, ISO 20022 on Telegram, the Quantum Financial System QFS, and Tier 4B Internet Group. This is where the future of currency revaluation and redemption centers comes alive. The financial world is on the cusp of a monumental shift, as NASARA and GASARA payments begin to reshape global economics and individual prosperity. Are you ready for the shift from fiat to asset-backed currencies? The whispers of Tier 4B and redemption centers are no longer just speculation. They're about to transform your world. For those of you who've heard about Tier 4B, also known as the Internet Group, you might be wondering if you're part of this exclusive wave. It's about intent. If you've been involved in foreign currency like the Iraqi dinar, Vietnamese dong, or Zimbabwe zimu, could be part of the revolution. But this isn't just a group, it's a wake-up call. Redemption centers will soon be summoning those who are part of this currency revaluation. They won't be mystical places, but could be your local bank, or even an unassuming office. Once inside, the foreign currencies you've held on to will be exchanged for massive wealth. While many of us are aware and prepared, the general public remains oblivious. But once this hits mainstream news, expect a mad rush to redemption centers. The sleepers will wake up too late. And here's the kicker. The Quantum Financial System QFS, rumored to be hack-proof and the future of financial security, is about to wipe out the central banking system. QFS promises to end the way of IAT slavery that has controlled nations for too long. What's more, it will shift the balance of power forever. And don't forget about NASARA-GASARA. This treasure has been hidden from the public for decades. These mysterious payments, tied to everything from birth certificates to mortgages, will start filling QFS accounts. You won't even need a redemption center appointment for this part. The general public will be left in the dust. But you, the chosen few, will know what's coming. Prepare now because the quantum financial system is here. Get your hands on foreign currency while you still can.
Monday, April 6th, it's the single largest racket empire in human history, built by the Democrats. For Democrats, Elon Musk. At this point, I think the words NGO and money laundering are almost synonymous. These fake NGOs, there needs to be a number of arrests. These are fake charities funneling billions of dollars to NGOs, run by Democrats, which then go through a giant money laundering scheme. Monday, April 6th, breaking special report, 49 million fake accounts targeting Americans. Massive global fraud network busted. U.S. users among primary targets. April 6th, breaking. Tucker Carlson and Ray Dalio. No privacy warning our CBDCs are coming. Central bank digital currencies could give governments total control. 6. Breaking military intel. What just went down inside Iran? SEAL Team 6 leads multi-domain rescue. U.S. colonel recovered after 24 plus hours under active hunt. And April 6, boom. Marco Rubio shuts down Safe Haven. Niece of Iranian General Soleimani arrested in Los Angeles after anti-American rhetoric.
And what an amazing time to be alive. I've been watching all different types of media that are out there that talk about the Straits of Hormuz, an area that I know very well because it goes around the United Arab Emirates, between the United Arab Emirates and, of course, Iran. And the media and social media are telling you that the Straits of Hormuz are closed by Iran, which I'll tell you right now is not true. If you only have to go on to Boat Watch and see the shipping that's going through there, and it's quite busy. But it is closed to American-owned ships and Israeli-owned ships. But it's not been done by Iran. So who has stopped the American ships going through there and the Israeli ships going through there? Well, first of all, the lies that come out about there's mines in there. Well, if there was, the rest of the world wouldn't be going through there, would they? If there was really mines in there, they wouldn't be going through there at the rate they are. So the question is, who has stopped America and Israel going through the Straits of Hormuz? I'll tell you. It's London. Lloyd's of London. Because they've withdrawn the insurance required to go through there. So the Americans and the Israelis don't want the risk of taking their ships through there uninsured with Iran watching. Because Iran can sink them just like that, and they know that. So the stuff we're being told is not true. When you start digging, you start finding out stuff that's very, very interesting, because I was just watching the shipping that was going through there, and it's busy, as always. It's just not busy with American ships or Israeli ships. That's it. Drew, good morning.
Good morning, Charlie. Good morning, everyone. Breaking news from the UK. Welfare spending has now edged above income tax revenue for the first time, according to new figures. Benefits and welfares are estimated at £333 billion compared to £331 billion from income tax. The figures are expected to fuel debate over the UK's public finances, with questions over long-term sustainability.
Well, everything that's happening in the UK at the moment is happening for a reason, to wake people up. And this is all part of the awakening process. And none more so than the fact that Charles chose not to do an Easter speech, because he's a Muslim. Now, if he's a Muslim, that means he would have to abdicate because he's head of the Church of England. And that's part of his duty. And the same with William. So this is all part of the awakening process. And in the UK, the question is, are you awake? Well, there are a lot of people that are waking up in the UK. Moving across to Israel, it's very interesting to see that there was a specific site that was hit over the weekend. Some people will know what I'm talking about when I say Dimona. Dimona in Israel is not known widely to the outside world, but this is their nuclear nerve center. Nobody is supposed to know where it is or what's going on there. It's top secret. But it was hit very, very hard by Iran over the weekend. And on top of that, Israel is absolutely silent about it. And that in itself is concerning. When Israel goes this quiet and they've been hit that hard, it's time to start looking. Drew.
Next up, what also should be waking up the people, Charlie, is the Labour Party is reportedly planning to use emergency alerts to warn the possible summer unrest. The alerts would be sent directly to mobile phones, similar to previous national emergency warning systems. Officials say the move is about public safety, but critics are raising concerns over timing and political context.
Well, this is all part of preparing people for these emergency alerts, and they're doing it the way they should. There is one emergency alert that they should be putting out there, and that is, of course, that in the Bible there is absolutely no mention whatsoever of a third temple being built. This is all made up by a certain group of people, and there's nothing in the Bible to substantiate it. My final story is just one to make you smile. After a little bit of research, it was very interesting to me to find out who is the biggest donor to AIPAC. And it didn't take long to find out. It's OnlyFans. I'll leave you with that thought. Do your own research. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a good day.
Bye-bye.
Black Swan financial event collapsing, petrodollar. 63 major U.S. banks, tens of thousands of small banks closing across the world. Be prepared. Withdraw your money. Stock food and cash as the global lockdown begins. 10 to 12 days communication darkness with banks, ATMs closed, quantum financial system fully ignited, gold-backed GCR in 209 nations. Your account was mirrored on the QFS, but won't be available until after lockdown. Judy note, trust the plan. White hats continue mass arrests of Satan-worshipping deep state cabal. The Rothschilds and Rockefellers' bloodlines end in tribunals, while millions of children have been saved from adrenochrome farms and find healing in medbeds. Black Swan financial event collapsing the petrodollar. Prosperity payments launch under the new QFS. Stock food and cash as the global lockdown begins. Trump's genius has the globalists cornered with no escape as QFS blockchain records every stolen cent and returns it to the people. On Wednesday, April 1st, 2026, the global currency reset and Nisara laws activated across 209 nations, erasing debts, ending IRS, launching prosperity funds, and wiping out all illegitimate debts from the deep state bankers. Trump's sovereign U.S. Treasury note replaced the collapsed Federal Reserve dollar. No more income taxes, only tariffs and fair sales tax. The cabal's financial empire crumbles as the gold-backed QFS goes live. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent revealing hundreds of billions in stolen taxpayer funds and offering up to 30% rewards to citizens and whistleblowers if they help recover the money. Saudi Prince MBS has revealed that President Obama gave Iran $150 billion. They used the money to make missiles, drones, finance, and arm terrorists like Hamas, Ansar Allah, and Hezbollah, and offer safe harbor to the leaders of Al-Qaeda. Blackout EBS QFS Starlink Satellite Network Trump Security Center on Telegram. By Sunday, April 5th, 2026, the new quantum financial system takes over. All deep state controls over global banking, mass asset searches begin against corrupt elites worldwide. Release of Nisara funds were the bullets that would kill our corrupt world banks, create a stock market, and deep state corporations collapse connected to the Vatican. The new Starlink satellite network is now reported to be fully operational, with expanded control over financial infrastructure and global communications, including television, radio, and internet broadcasts. The legacy fiat-based SWIFT financial system is said to be offline, replaced by a new gold asset-backed global financial framework now functioning worldwide. Corrupt cabal banks across the world set to collapse. 63 major U.S. banks and tens of thousands of small banks across the world. Withdraw your money now. Worldwide blackout. Trump gave go-ahead for massive global military operation. With EBS activation, thousands of elites set to be arrested. At any moment, the emergency broadcast system is expected to override all devices, phones, televisions, radios, and internet-connected screens across the globe. An 8-tone alert is anticipated over all cell phones worldwide, followed by a temporary worldwide blackout. Afterward, synchronized broadcasts will begin transmitting across all platforms. The EBS is expected to instruct citizens to remain in a location of their choosing in preparation for a global lockdown lasting approximately 10 to 12 days. During this time, air and rail travel will be suspended. People are encouraged to store essential supplies such as food and water. However, provisions will be distributed by military forces where needed. Throughout the lockdown period, the EBS will continuously broadcast announcements related to Nisara funds released to the public, accompanied by extended documentary-style disclosures airing 24 hours a day across all media channels. This phase is expected to continue for 10 to 12 days under temporary martial law, described as necessary to maintain stability, while a global military alliance conducts large-scale arrests of individuals accused of corruption and treason. By the end of the 10 to 12 days, the old systems of government, judicial, education, finance, health, trade, and commerce will have been dismantled and replaced with improved systems geared toward freedom and independence for all. Global Currency Reset. On Wednesday, April 1st, 2026, the Global Currency Reset and Nisara laws activated across 209 nations, erasing debts, ending IRS, launching prosperity funds, and wiping out all illegitimate debts from the deep state bankers. Trump's sovereign U.S. Treasury note replaced the collapsed Federal Reserve dollar. No more income taxes, only tariffs and fair sales tax. The cabal's financial empire crumbles as the gold-backed QFS goes live. Tuesday, February 2026, Bruce, the big call.
What we think we know as of Monday, the 6th of April, 2026. Sunday, the 5th of April, 2026. We got 'em. My fellow Americans, over the past several hours, the United States military pulled off one of the most daring search and rescue operations in U.S. history for one of our incredible crew office members, who also happens to be a highly respected colonel, and who I am thrilled to let you know is SAA and sound. President Donald J. Trump. Breaking special report. We got 'em. Trump announces daring U.S. rescue in Iran. American colonel saved Ardor. Being hunted by Iranian forces. Sunday, the 5th of April, 2026. FBI Director Kash Patel is sounding the alarm on the Federal Reserve. He's urging everyone to wake up and realize the Fed isn't a public institution. It's a private entity, run by the elite robber barons who built this. They're rigging the currency game for their own gain. Sunday the 5th of April, 2026. 20. CIA and FBI agents confirmed that former U.S. President Barack Obama and a former CIA director fabricated the Russia hoax, which was locked away in a CIA vault for nearly a decade, to discredit Trump's election by manipulating intelligence. Sunday the 5th of April, 2026. Boom. 1913 exposed. Trump strikes final blow to the IRS tariffs in. Income tax OUT. Trump's signature on dollar signals return to pre-1913. Prosperity and true sovereignty. Emergency broadcast system on Telegram. Sunday the 5th of April, 2026. Fox News. Federal charges have been filed in the alleged misuse of Governor Newsom's homelessness funds in California. Gavin Newsom's California Medicaid program alone has reportedly lost $146 billion per year due to fraud. Saturday the 4th of April, 2026. The fake Artemis mission to the moon. Worse than anyone could have predicted. Sunday the 5th of April, 2026. California Democrats just legalized stealing your Bitcoin. This communist hellhole passed a bill to seize your Bitcoin after just 3 years of inactivity on exchanges, under fake unclaimed property laws. This is government theft, and outright communism. Sunday, the 5th of April, 2026. Bombshell announcement. Treasury Secretaries, hundreds of billions stolen. Up to 30% reward to expose IT.
It's Monday. It's the 6th of April, 2026, bringing Easter to a close. It's been an incredible period of time. So much going on right now behind the scenes. And all of this was predicted 34 years ago by Bill Cooper. He referred to it as the Battle of Armageddon. This was the whole plan to destroy the sovereignty of all countries and all borders by the deep state, the cabal, the Illuminati, the 13 Phoenician families. This was their plan. And had Trump not come along, this would have continued and everything would have been over by now. But Trump got in the way and stopped this happening. But in the movie, in the pantomime that we're watching right now, it's being played out so that you and I can see what they were doing. Because if we were unable to see it, we would never believe what these people wanted to try and do. You can point the finger at whoever you like. But this is all part of the agenda to show people, to show the world exactly what's going on and what's happening at the moment in Israel. And that's why I could say with confidence 4 or 5 years ago that the final stage would be that Iran takes out Israel. Because this is a very important factor. In their game, they wanted complete control over the region. That was the whole plan of Israel. The greater Israel, expanding into many countries. That's why they would never define their borders. But that has been halted. There are many people out there watching this right now who still can't make head nor tail of what's going on. A lot of people out there go, well, Trump's crazy. Did you see what he posted? You crazy bastards. I mean, who tweets that sort of thing? But this is all part of the movie. This is all part of the awakening. And there are those people who are not seeing through it. Are you? Morning, Drew.
Good morning, Charlie. Good morning, everyone. Well, following from that, Donald Trump has warned Iran to reopen the Straits of Hormuz by 8 p.m. or face immediate strikes on key infrastructure. Tehran has rejected the demands with no further extensions expected. Oil has already surged past $110 a barrel, and any escalation risks wider retaliation across the region, threatening energy supplies and regional stability. This is a critical moment in the ongoing conflict, with global markets on high alert.
Well, this is all very entertaining because this threat has come along And of course, we're now starting to see that the hegemony that the US has had for many, many years has disappeared. And this is all part of the exposure. And in response to Donald Trump telling them they have to open the Strait of Hormuz by 8 o'clock tonight, Russia's turned around and said to Europe, through the negotiators, if you're prepared to pay for your oil from us in euros rather than dollars, then you can go through the Strait of Hormuz. Now, Europe is between a rock and a very hard place because they're being offered oil at a discounted price as long as they pay in euros. Now, first of all, Europe is now looking at the US and going, well, you didn't do much to defend us recently, so that seems like a fair deal. The problem is for the states, they need the revenue just to pay the interest on the debt that they have already. So they're between a rock and a hard place. And as all part of the pantomime, it's all brewing up beautifully. But just remember, you're watching a movie, so it is going to be dramatic. Enjoy the movie. Drew.
Next up, Viktor Orban has called an emergency defence council meeting after explosives were found near a major Russian gas pipeline linked to Serbia and Hungary. Alexander Vukic says devices were discovered just meters from the Balkan stream route. Orban has described it as a suspected act of sabotage with security now tightened. This incident comes just days before Hungary's parliamentary elections.
All of this is part of the exposure. Viktor Orban has been on the side of good for a very long time. He's been standing up to the elites, the global elites, as they call themselves. They're the only ones that call them this. And talking of global elites, none more so than those who call themselves the British royal family. For the fact is that they were dismantled in 2017. The UK has always been royalists and royal lovers. We're now watching the tide is turning as Charles declares himself a Muslim and William the same. The British public will wake up in a hurry to that. Well, that was the news.
Sunday, April 5th, Saudi Prince Mohammed bin Salman reveals that President Obama gave Iran $150 billion, and the IRGC didn't even build a single street without money. The storm has arrived, 47 on Telegram. Instead, they used the money to make missiles and drones, and on top of that, they also used the funds Obama provided them to finance and arm terrorists like Hamas, Ansar Allah, and Hezbollah. With these funds, Iran offers safe harbor to the leaders of Al-Qaeda, including one of Osama bin Laden's sons. Obama is by far the worst man to ever set foot in the Oval Office. The neoliberals like Hillary Clinton, Victoria Nuland, Samantha Power, etc., who ran his administration did so deliberately in order to keep the region destabilized and to use Iran as a buffer to prevent the Gulf states and Israel from amassing too much prosperity.
Of course.
But it seems to me like they're going all in now, Ghost. They're going all in, like the Iran war. Their nuclear Holocaust card has been fumbled, and now they're like, oh crap, let's bring in, I don't know, let's launch Artemis and let's go with the aliens. Let's do it. I think that's what's playing out next.
It's a possibility. I'm not looking in that direction much, other than okay, Artemis. There's other things behind that I know you and others might disagree with, but you know, I have a different vantage point on all of that. So I actually would like to go into that stuff, but that'll be not now. Because certain things have to play out as is. We did So far, dodge a very bad bullet stateside. That is not to say everything is safe and hunky dory. It isn't.
Explain
Again,
that.
this
What
is
do you
not,
mean we dodged
well,
a bullet stateside?
let's say a black swan slash false flag type thing that would have scared the shit out of so many people. It wouldn't have been funny, but
When did we dodge that? When are you talking about? Go into detail on that. It's because Juan told me the same thing.
Yeah, and I'm rather intimate with the situation, so there's very little I can really say other than that. And I would ask the audience to please forgive me, but that has to remain that way for the time being. But we did, and it was stateside.
Know this. The deep state's got to know this. They know Trump's getting ready to make the move, and that's why all these psyops are coming out right now.
Yeah, and all of the crazy information. I have never seen it this bad before, but we said how many years ago? It will increase, and the closer you get, the crazier it's going to get. And it's been absolutely insane, especially with all the AI nonsense out there. But it was almost a free-for-all for a number of years, especially during Yeltsin's tenure. And until Putin came in, did a lot of that get reined in. But the bottom line was the damage was done. These were out there, and they're not the kind that readily just rot away. If certain things are removed and maintained, yeah, the danger is still there. And with what Iran was doing in the refining of 61% purity in U-235, that's weapons grade. Ideally, you want it up at 90%, but 65, 70% will do. It just is what you'd call a dirtier detonate. So that still is possible in that theater and potentially anywhere in the world, including here. And no one should be in denial over this. But who, in the end, would be utilizing it? Don't fall for what you're told if something like that should occur. Just a caution.
So we know.
But I have a feeling if something like that did occur, this administration would go for the throat, and all involved would be.
Well,
it wouldn't be a cover nonsense because too much of that is actually falling apart in these networks.
We have Donald Trump having a national prayer day. I think it's May 17th. I'm not sure on the exact date. People may correct me on that one. I think it's something like May 17th. And Juan, when I've talked to Juan about this, he's very concerned about it. He's like, listen, we all need to come together for what's coming. And I've had some very serious discussions with him on the phone about what's coming. And I've been very sincere to my audience and as transparent as I can be without you losing trust or betrayal or betraying somebody. But there's some big stuff coming, right, Ghost? I mean, this is going to be.
There is.
Within 48 hours, global financial system expected to crash. Stock market been on verge of collapse for the last 3 weeks. Within 48 hours, quote from President Trump, if Iran doesn't open the strait within 48 hours, all hell breaks loose. Within 48 hours, expect EBS trumpets to sound for 10 to 12-day lockdown across the globe, while Global Military Alliance makes mass arrests on over 700,000 indictments. Judy note, today on Easter Sunday, April 5th, we awaken to freedom from debt and new beginnings as President Trump's Global Military Alliance finished his arrests of thousands of Satan worshipping during the greatest transfer of wealth in history. President Trump also promised that within the next 48 hours, all hell would break loose if Iran did not open the strait to oil shipping. All hell might come anyway by Monday to Tuesday, 6th, 7th April, as the stock market was expected to crash, causing the global financial system to collapse by around Friday, April 18th. Sometime soon, under temporary martial law, the EBS trumpets were set to sound for a 10 to 12-day lockdown across the world as the Global Military Alliance finished mass arrests on over 700,000 indictments against deep state Satan-worshipping patriots around the world were on high alert as the White Hats prepared for a 10 to 12-day global lockdown under martial law. Trump's Operation Hammer was about to be made public, It involved the White Hat's military, which was in the middle of making arrests on over 700,000 sealed indictments, has been holding thousands of JAG military tribunals and executing those who have committed treason. In the last 72 hours, the mass arrest count has doubled. Top figures in media, finance, and politics were now detained in undisclosed locations. Once the final notes fall, the full EBS sequence will begin, expected within the next 48 hours. On Saturday, April the 4th, 2026, with the global currency reset fully ignited and Nazara laws signed into effect by President Trump, the deep state cabal's financial empire began to collapse as the gold-backed quantum financial system took over. Banks went dark temporarily while accounts mirrored to the new system. Tens of thousands of small banks across the planet and 63 large U.S. banks have collapsed because they could not back up their monies with gold or other assets. $517 billion has been lost. It was highly recommended you withdraw monies from your present bank before the bank freezes your account. There will be a short period where all banks will be closed and ATMs won't work, so you will need the cash. Part of the reasons for such drastic measures as mass arrests were occurring could be found in the Doge audits of U.S. taxpayer monies, which have been feeding government fraud schemes and then money laundered back into the pockets of very corrupt congresspeople who wrote and voted for the bills. Saturday, April 4th, blackout, EBS broadcasts, emergency broadcast system on Telegram. As of this hour, the Global Military Alliance has full control of key satellites. Starlink is armed and ready. Expect EBS trumpets to sound within 48 hours. Mass arrests were accelerating. Rothschild strongholds have been raided, with special forces funneling over 50,000 high-level traders to Gitmo. EBS broadcasts were not to be confused with an emergency alert system, activation that was expected at any time. A new 5,000 plus army of Starlink satellites was already in place to take over mainstream media satellites and the EBS broadcasts. On this Starlink system, the EAS will broadcast the Global Military Alliance's takedown of the cabal, showing arrests and tribunals of global elites charged with crimes against humanity. The documentaries have been made in 55 languages and 600 dialects. They will be shown on all channels across the planet. Saturday, April 4th, imminent blackout, 10 days of darkness on Telegram. For weeks, the grid has been whispering the same pattern. Banks pause, satellites recalibrate, tickers glitch, courts seal, anchors out. Sick? That's not noise, that is staging. What is coming? Worldwide blackout and rolling waves. Not every city at once. It will look random. It is not. Martial law overlay to keep streets quiet while the old rails are drained. Flight delays, canceled pressers. Global currency reset that flips value from paper promises to asset weight. Freedom from cabal debt as legacy ledgers convert to zero or fulfilled. What you will see first. Local power flickers followed by identical maintenance notices across unrelated providers. News channels looping the same frame. No live panels, no call-ins. Payment apps timing out at login, then reopening with a new term screen. Airport boards that show on time while terminals are held at the gate. A short tone on radio and TV, then a quiet screen. Do not panic. That is the bridge. What it means. The blackout is the curtain, so the crew can change the set. Martial law is the lock, so no one runs the old tricks. The arrests are the receipts that everything you suspected was not only real, it was systematic. The currency reset is the power cord finally plugged into the right outlet. Debt freedom is the first breath after years underwater. How to move through it. Charge devices now. Screenshot critical information. Keep one device in airplane mode. Turn off auto updates after the first tone. You do not need a surprise patch mid-sequence. Cash on hand for 72 hours. Water, light, calm. Do not chase rumors. Markers will be simple and public. Markers I will post, market feeds that return data void for more than 6 minutes, government portals that show 888.88 or 0000.00 in place of numbers, the first tribunal docket timestamp, you will know the names, QFS wallet prompts that pair to biometric identity without social security number, Jasara credits labeled reconciliation or fulfilled. After, when screens return, balances will not look like yesterday. Student debt and revolving credit show closed. Mortgage entries say fulfilled or reconciled. Pension values float to a gold index instead of dollar inflation. You will feel the room change before you understand why. Do not let fear write the story for you. The cabal sold you a lifetime lease on your own future. That contract is about to be void. Stay here. I will call the markers as they land. If this channel goes quiet, it means the broadcast grid is taking custody and the sequence is live. Hold your position, breathe, watch the quiet. Saturday, April 4th, prepare for a 10 to 12-day global lockdown under martial law, beginning very soon. Military to distribute provisions where needed. 107 on Telegram. Patriots around the world are on high alert as the White Hats prepare for a 10 to 12-day global lockdown under martial law beginning very soon in April 2026. This coordinated global military alliance operation launches the final international crackdown. Deep state cabal that has controlled humanity for centuries. Military forces stand ready to distribute food, water, and essential provisions where needed as air and rail travel suspends, ensuring security during mass arrests of corrupt elites. President Trump has given the final approval for his historic strike with the alliance already surging. Arrests of thousands of powerful figures involved in trafficking and corruption. Barack Obama and other key cabal members now face federal investigations and charges for child trafficking as the vast network tied to the Vatican royals and global leaders collapses. Special Forces rescues of American children from South American cartels highlight the commitment to leave no child behind, exposing underground horrors. A massive worldwide blackout precedes the emergency broadcast system activation, overriding all devices with undeniable truths. Revelations expose election fraud, elite pedophile rings, big pharma crimes, and satanic rituals performed in hidden tunnels. The quantum financial system activates, replacing the failing fiat empire with gold-backed Nasara-Jasara laws, erasing all illegitimate debts, ending the IRS, and releasing prosperity funds directly to we the people. Under temporary martial law during the lockdown, special forces execute precise arrests of hiding billionaires and officials. The UBS broadcast nonstop for days, delivering documentary disclosures that dismantle old systems of government, finance, education, and health. Starlink secures global communications, ensuring the Great Awakening reaches every patriot as the new republic rises. This is the storm QAnons have awaited, delivering justice for trafficked children and total victory over darkness. The Rothschilds, Clintons, Gates, and entire cabal panic as their empire crumbles, with medbeds activating to heal patriots, veterans, and rescued innocents. Stockpiles guarantee smooth transition with no hardship for those loyal to the plan. Borders strengthen, sovereignty returns, and a golden age of freedom, abundance, and advanced technologies dawns. The deep state falls completely as holographic evidence seals elite fates in tribunals. Patriots have fought the long battle, now claim the light as the quantum reality of peace and prosperity unfolds for all humanity. The time of the Great Awakening peaks with divine justice unfolding exactly as planned. Stay strong, warn loved ones, and embrace the new era where we the people triumph. God bless America and patriots worldwide in this monumental shift to true freedom and sovereignty. Possible timing on February 20th, 2026. Congress passed the Quantum Financial Settlement Act. An historic midnight session, Congress officially passed the Quantum Financial Settlement Act, QFSA-2026. This legislation formally delists the Federal Reserve note as legal tender and recognizes the QFS gold bill as the only authorized physical currency for the restored republic. Signed by President Trump, the act was set to go into effect on Wednesday, April 1st, 2026. On Wednesday, April 1st, the global currency reset and Judicial laws activated across 209 nations, erasing debts, ending IRS, launching prosperity funds, and wiping out all illegitimate debts from the deep state bankers. Black Swan event triggers a new golden age. Prosperity funds released. Trump's sovereign treasury replaces the collapsed Federal Reserve. No more income taxes, only tariffs and fair sales tax. The cabal's financial empire crumbles as the gold-backed QFS goes live. Saturday, April 4th, EBS alert: the global blackout in all countries of the world will be on 4/4/2026. It will be in conjunction with the EBS emergency broadcast system, martial law, and mass arrests of pedophiles by the military, buy food, toilet paper, and medicine. This is a real alert. This is not a test. Web 3.0 ISO 200. Monday, April the 6th, Black Swan event. Petrodollar comes to an end. Global financial crash, prosperity, payments, and Judicial wealth drops begin. Wounded veterans and rescued dumb children move to the front for healing as the golden age accelerates. Judicial prosperity payments begin pouring into approved projects, empowering we the people to rebuild our republic. On Wednesday, April 1st, 2026, the global currency reset and Judicial laws activated across 209 nations, erasing debts, ending IRS, launching prosperity funds, and wiping out all illegitimate debts from the deep state bankers. Trump's sovereign U.S. Treasury note replaced the collapsed Federal Reserve dollar. No more income taxes, only tariffs and fair sales tax. The cabal's financial empire crumbles as the gold-backed QFS goes live. Tuesday, February 2026, Bruce, the big call. Military sources now said that April 5th, 6th, 7th, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday were now possible notification dates for Tier 4B to set their exchange appointments. People with Zim were to obtain their medbed appointments starting Thursday the 9th, Friday the 10th. Guru Information and Intel, Saturday, April the 4th. Right now, authorities dig into Epstein's Zorro Ranch. What lies beneath is shaking everything. Ezra A. Cohen on Telegram. Right now, investigators in New Mexico are combing through Jeffrey Epstein's Zorro Ranch, a 7,500-acre compound south of Santa Fe, searching for what may be buried beneath years of silence. The operation was triggered by newly surfaced files, including a chilling 2019 email from a former ranch worker claiming 2 foreign girls died and were secretly buried on the property. State authorities reopened the case in early 2026 after receiving unredacted federal documents. Attorney General Raul Torres ordered a full investigation, while a bipartisan truth commission was formed to examine years of alleged trafficking and abuse tied to the site. On March 10th, teams entered the ranch with permission from its own new owners, deploying ground-penetrating radar and excavation equipment across targeted areas identified by the email and tipsters. No confirmed remains have been reported so far, but the search is ongoing, and the scale of the land suggests it could take weeks or months. At the same time, testimonies continue to surface. Victims described being drugged, isolated, and later woke up connected to unknown medical equipment with no memory of what happened. Some report invasive procedures and lasting damage. These claims align with Epstein's known interest in genetics and reproduction. He openly discussed using the ranch as a base to create his own lineage and even asked women to bear his children. Survivors including Johanna Zoborg, Virginia Gouffre, and Annie Farmer have described abuse tied to Epstein's properties, including Zorro Ranch, where young girls were allegedly flown in and kept under strict control. Despite these allegations, the ranch was never fully searched after Epstein's 2019 arrest. Reports indicate federal agencies were aware of key tips, including the burial email, but failed to act for years, raising serious questions about oversight and protection. Evidence suggests the ranch functioned as a controlled environment where individuals could be brought in, isolated, and exploited. Recruitment, transport, and abuse were allegedly coordinated, often targeting vulnerable young women with promises of money or opportunity. Now, pressure for accountability is building. Lawmakers demand full access to federal files, while investigators cross-reference testimonies, flight logs, and financial links. Public tipsters have also provided images suggesting disturbed ground resembling burial sites. Investigators face a potentially altered crime scene. But the renewed search marks a turning point. If even part of these allegations is confirmed, it would expose not just isolated crimes, but a system that operated for years under protection. For now, the digging continues, and with every layer uncovered, the pressure grows. Because if the truth is buried there, it will not stay hidden much longer. And just a side note, I don't find it a coincidence that this Zorro Ranch is located in New Mexico, probably not far from Dulce, New Mexico, where they found that underground lair of evil brown grays when Phil Schneider was digging those tunnels years ago, and then he was murdered for what he saw. Not a coincidence.
The 5th of April, 2026. Friday the 3rd of April, 2026. Pam Bondi shut down a federal investigation into Pfizer for international corruption and bribery. Bondi had previously provided legal services for Pfizer. Now, she's been fired. Friday the 3rd of April, 2026. President Trump. Moments ago, at my direction, the United States Central Command executed one of the most powerful bombing raids in the history of the Middle East, and totally obliterated every military target in Iran's crown jewel, Karg Island. Iran has nitrogen monoxide ability to defend anything that we want to attack. There is nothing they can do about it. President Donald J. Trump. Friday the 3rd of April, 2026. The fake moon landing. What really happened in 1969? Saturday the 4th of April, 2026. Cuba is officially freeing over 2,000 prisoners, as part of a humanitarian program set up under pressure from President Trump and Marco Rubio. Saturday the 4th of April, 2026. These deep state global elites have been confirmed as being under arrest by the Global Military Alliance, with their military tribunal held or pending. Hillary and Bill Clinton, Nancy Pelosi, John Podesta, John Brennan, James Comey, Maxine Waters, Adam Schiff, Hunter Biden, George W. Bush, Anthony Fauci, Huma Abedin, Bill Gates, Anthony Weiner, George and Alexander, Soros, Lindsey Graham, Mitch McConnell, George and Alexander Soros, Lindsey Graham, Mitch McConnell, Kevin McCarthy, Chuck Schumer, Kamala Harris, Robert Mueller, Mike Pence, Joe Biden, James Clapper, Dick Cheney, John Kerry, Loretta Lynch, Andrew McCoby, Peter Strzok, Lisa Page, James Baker, Eric Holder, Tony Podesta, Susan Rice, Harry Reid, Paul Ryan, Debbie Wasserman, Schultz, Sally Yates, Mitt Romney, Jerry Nadler, Klaus Schwab, Michelle Obama, Andrew Cuomo, H.R. McMaster, Deborah Birx, Mark Zuckerberg, Nikki Haley, Brian Kemp, and Lloyd Austin. Saturday the 4th of April, 2026. Gavin Newsom's California Medicaid program alone has lost $146 billion per year due to fraud. Saturday the 4th of April, 2026. Bombshell alert. IRS accused of using AI to spy on Americans' bank accounts. No warrants. No crimes. American Media Group. Saturday the 4th of April, 2026. PBS News. Pam Bondi has been officially fired from the Department of Justice for using her position to cover up for child traffickers linked to Jeffrey Epstein. Bondi was more concerned about the stock market, handed out fake binders, and stalled investigations. She will be remembered as an elite pedophile protector. Saturday the 4th of April, 2026. Why are we the target in the battle between good and evil? Mel Gibson's message before Easter will shake you. Saturday the 4th of April, 2026. Until 1974, Chicago had what was called the ugly law. Where non-perfect people could not go out in public, Chicago banned ugly people #history #facts. Saturday the 4th of April, 2026. Breaking alert. Trump issues final warning to Iran, 48 hours before all hell will rain down. April 4, 2026.
Friday, April 3rd, buckle up, Patriots. We're going deep underground, unmasking the NATO CIA secret underground base near Kyiv, Ukraine. Mr. Pull on Telegram. Fresh 2026 intelligence leaks expose a massive NATO CIA underground base hidden near Kyiv, Ukraine, operating as the globalist deep state cabal's central command. This high-tech labyrinth of tunnels and secret chambers launches attacks on American sovereignty and sparks global chaos from the shadows. Placed strategically on Russia's border, the base reveals the true evil agenda of NATO and CIA puppet masters. Ukraine serves as their prime battlefield for endless wars, bioweapon stockpiles, and surveillance against patriots worldwide. Deep sources confirm the fortress expanded late 2025, houses spy tech and illicit virus labs meant to cripple nations and force the New World Order. The deep state turned Ukraine into a black money hub, while white hats collect evidence of their crimes against humanity. Whistleblowers now linked to Europe's vast dumb network, trafficking children and hiding free energy tech. Patriots recognize this as the exact satanic network Q exposed, with CIA NATO enforcing elite depopulation schemes. Global security hangs in the balance. The cabal uses this layer to manipulate elections, false flags, and World War III triggers, all on American taxpayer dollars. We pay for all the evil in the world, don't we? Without knowing about it. Yet justice advances fast. Trump's loyal military forces close in throughout 2026, making this exposure the start of their empire's collapse. Leaks tie it straight to deep state holdouts in Washington. Every patriot must remain alert. This unmasking proves the plan is active and winning. White hats are destroying these operations from inside, flooding light into their darkest hideouts. The awakening spreads like unstoppable wildfire. The underground battle rages. But humanity's victory is imminent as the deep state falls. The storm has arrived. Stay united and ready for total disclosure. It's Liberation Day in America. President Donald Trump on Friday, April 3rd, 2026. Worldwide blackout. Trump goes ahead for massive global military operation with EVS activation. Thousands of elites set to be arrested. On Tuesday, March 3rd, 2026, Trump declared the U.S. a sovereign constitutional republic under common law with admiralty law oppression no longer legal. On Wednesday, April 1st, Trump released the gold asset-backed global currency reset. Corrupt cabal banks across the world were now set to collapse, including 63 major U.S. banks and tens of thousands of small banks across the globe. Withdraw your money now. Judy note, on Thursday, March 5th, President Donald J. Trump invoked Article 2 to declare the United States fully sovereign under common law. The fake foreign-controlled U.S. Inc. was finished. No more admiralty law oppression, no more globalist chains dragging us into debt and war. The deep state grip has been broken. The true constitutional republic rises triumphant. All flag officers have been ordered to convene in Virginia, the republic's sacred cradle, for immediate realignment. This was full military mobilization to restore loyalty and eliminate globalist remnants. The timeline is set, orders issued, clock running. Unity under true command is happening now. Common law grand juries have activated nationwide, forcing the entire two-tiered justice system to dissolve and restore in the republic under we the people. The National Liberty Alliance has filed a writ quo warrant to be served on every treasonous judge, bar, attorney, congressman, sheriff, and media outlet across all 50 states to be tried under constitutional common law. The people were officially free. On Friday, April 3rd, President Trump signed Nasara Jasara into law, making it retroactive to 1st of January 2026, meaning the people now had control of the global financial system, not the corrupt deep state cabal central banks. The reset on January 1st, 2026 will be known as the day freedom began, Trump said. And there's the link, commentary Barron Trump on X, breaking news. President Trump just signed the Nasara reset bill. You won't see this in mainstream media as they prefer to keep you in debt and struggling. Stay informed and share the truth. That's a post from X. The new U.S. Treasury note, official directive, global currency reset, and mandatory QFS migration. U.S. Department of the Treasury. And cartels have long controlled governments and global financial systems operating through Wall Street, the Federal Reserve, and manipulation of inflation, interest rates, and trade. Powerful elite networks have used national debt, trade deals, and market fear to maintain control for their own profit and their own benefit. This corrupt system is now failing, and the new global financial system is taking its place. A transfer of wealth and power away from the Satan-worshipping cabal and back to the people. Friday, April 3rd, because of the global currency reset to gold asset-backed currencies that took place on Wednesday, April 1st, 2026, there were 63 major U.S. banks and tens of thousands of small banks across the globe not Basel III compliant and on the verge of collapse, with $517 billion in losses. It was advised to withdraw your monies now. Your bank account has been mirrored onto the new global financial system and was actually safe, but the monies may not be available for a couple of weeks. In the interim, banks, credit, debit cards, and ATMs will not function. You will need cash. President Trump, the Q movement, BRICS nations, and the Global Military Alliance have been working on the restored republic via a global currency reset since the time of President Lincoln's assassination, but more seriously since President Kennedy's assassination. The morning of Trump's first inauguration in 2016, he paid a visit to CIA headquarters, where the president-elect Trump then hired U.S. Attorney General for Utah, John Huber, and 730 investigators to clean up Congress. In 8 months alone, between November 2017 and June 2018, there were 40,483 sealed indictments filed, a little over 5,000 per month. Grand juries were called in various states to handle all the judicial paperwork for the thousands of upcoming military tribunals. The corrupt Satan-worshipping deep state cabal's control began to seriously break down with the January 2026 release of intelligence upon the arrest of Venezuela President Maduro, Monday, January 5th, 2026. CIA knew U.S. voting machines made for fraud, dollar collapse, market meltdown, bank runs, 60 senators to be charged for protecting cartels, blackout imminent, be prepared. The New Year's Day, January 1st, 2026, U.S. arrest of Venezuela President Maduro and company harvested the intel of the century, mainly from Venezuelan intel chief Hugo Carvajal Barrios. Carvajal was a 3-star general and former chief of military intelligence under Hugo Chavez and Nicolas Maduro. Now in U.S. custody, he recently pleaded guilty to narco-terrorism while revealing, "I will expose the entire drug cartel and human trafficking network from South America to your Senate floor." And he did. Carvajal confessed that the Smartmatic voting machines used by many states in U.S. elections were built for fraud, that the CIA knew all about it, and at least 60 U.S. senators have been bought off by and were making millions from the narco-terror regime. The official list of 60 U.S. senators who received millions via Venezuela Maduro regime drug cartels and by selling their influence to protect foreign criminal regimes. See #A below. In addition to Maduro's arrest, New Year's Day, January 1st, 2026, also saw the launch of the gold asset-backed quantum financial system, the greatest wealth transfer in human history. QFS having revalued currencies of over 200 countries and marking the end of old fiat financial bondage. In other news, from the mid-'80s until 2020, a Democrat federal judge made it illegal for Republicans to be poll watchers in such vote-changing places like Atlanta, Georgia, Detroit, Michigan, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. It was only after the judge's death that the injunction was no longer upheld. For centuries, the Rothschilds and Rockefellers have used their fake fiat U.S. dollars to steal land, oil, and farms from poor countries, then send phantom payments through their now-defunct SWIFT system, appearing legitimate, prompting governments to sign over valuable assets in exchange. The deceptive tactics have devastated countries across Africa and Latin America. Loans conjured from thin air through central bank tricks lead to insurmountable debts. Trump's exposure of these scams has led to the cabal's leverage crumbling and resources returned to rightful owners as the New World Order falls. Friday, April 3rd situation update. Boom, Judy Byington bombshell report. Restored Republic via a GCR update for Friday, April 3rd. And Friday, April 3rd, Byington bombshell report 10 to 12 day global lockdown under martial law. Air, rail travel suspended. Emergency broadcast system activation. Friday, April 3rd, 2026. Breaking. EBS protocols have been engaged. Prepare your homes for the coming darkness. 10 days where the light of truth will shine through EBS broadcasts. The clock strikes midnight on the old world. Military tribunals were underway in underground bunkers. Stay indoors when called. Friday, April 3rd, we know that something powerful will take down the Mossad media satellite emergency broadcast system on Telegram. This will cause a worldwide communications blackout, transitioning us to a quantum system. This is called Project Odin. In essence, it provides a reason to activate military EBS. Project Odin will go together with the EAS EBS. It is a military unit that supervises military forces in ground operations. During the EBS, every major media channel on the planet will be shut down. The documentaries will be broadcast for 10 days. All the channels on the planet will be taken over by the Alliance. Everything will be revealed. Political institutions, famous, religious. The final 3 days will reveal suppressed extraterrestrial life, patents, and the new Earth. Prepare for the most dramatic change in modern history when the military emergency broadcast system emerges, signaling a new era of truth, justice, and liberation. Possible timing on February 20th, 2026. Congress passed the Quantum Financial Settlement Act. In a historic midnight session, Congress officially passed the Quantum Financial Settlement Act, QFSA-2026. This legislation formally delists the Federal Reserve note as legal tender and recognizes the QFS gold bill as the only authorized physical currency for the restored republic, signed by President Trump. The act was set to go into effect on Wednesday, April 1st, 2026. On Wednesday, April 1st, the global currency reset and Nisara laws activated across 209 nations, erasing debts, ending IRS, launching prosperity funds, and wiping out all illegitimate debts from the deep state bankers. Black Swan event triggers a new golden age. Prosperity funds released. Trump's sovereign treasury replaces the collapsed Federal Reserve. No more income taxes, only tariffs and fair sales tax. The cabal's financial empire crumbles as the gold-backed QFS goes live. On Friday to Sunday, 3rd, 4th, 5th of April, the $2,000 tariff dividend checks to go out to U.S. citizens age 18 and older. A month event for the next 3 years. Saturday, April 4th, EBS alert, the global blackout in all countries of the world will be on 4/4/2026. It will be in conjunction with the EBS. Global financial system. Friday, April 3rd, big banks will soon collapse. A system not built to serve the people, but to control and keep them in debt. QFS Redemption Center on Telegram. The bank cartels of long-controlled governments and the global financial system operating through Wall Street, the Federal Reserve, and manipulation of inflation, interest rates, and trade. The national debt, trade deals, and market fear have been used as tools to maintain control. Behind it all stand powerful networks of elites who have shaped the system for their own benefit. But that structure is now being challenged. Wall Street and the big banking system are described as reaching a breaking point. As this old fiat system weakens, many believe a new financial structure will take its place, one that aligns with Nasara Jasara principles of fairness, transparency, and restoration. This moment is being seen as the beginning of a major shift, a transfer of wealth and power away from the controlled systems and back toward the people. The message being shared is not fear, but preparation, awareness, and understanding that change is coming. The old system falls, the new system rises. Nasara Jasara is at the center of that transition. Guru Information and Intel. Thursday, April 2nd, Blitz attack. They never saw it coming. Quantum connected on Telegram. Patriots, the deep state is an absolute meltdown as President Trump's Blitz attack unleashes moves the global cabal never saw coming. During a high-voltage live broadcast, Truth Warrior Sheila delivered explosive revelations that have QAnons fired up and the enemy scrambling in panic. Sheila shared stunning updates just before heading to a massive Florida event this weekend. There, teaming with Mono Savin and top speakers, she spotlighted quantum medicine, breakthroughs, and suppressed inventions set to rocket humanity 500 years ahead. Hidden tech promises an end to big pharma poisons, while sleek flying cars, compact egg-shaped vehicles that lift off like advanced motorcycles, stand poised to revolutionize travel and shatter elite control forever. Military forces surge forward in perfect coordination. Camp Pendleton troops loaded up and deployed toward the Middle East, alongside the 82nd Airborne backing Trump's final Iran negotiations. The tyrannical IRGC regime faces total collapse as ancient Persia reawakens to its true Christian roots after centuries of stoning and street slaughter. Israel delivered precision strikes against key threats, with full U.S. support proving the unbreakable alliance is dismantling deep state proxies right now in April 2026. No endless wars, just targeted cleanup, delivering real freedom into the region. Mono Savin operates from Las Vegas, ripping open California's trillion-dollar school bond scam that funneled citizen money straight into elite slush funds. Corrupt Getty-linked officials built illegal-only schools, fired English-speaking teachers, and violated the state constitution while demanding endless tax hikes. Patriots demand immediate audits and full restitution as this fraud unravels, signaling trillions returning to we the people under the reset. Trump's strategic brilliance dominates the Strait of Hormuz crisis. Bloomberg charts confirm how the president invoked the War Powers Act, uncapped domestic rigs, and locked massive $500 billion deals with Japan, while starving China of Venezuelan oil at fair prices. The Strait's U-turn trap left globalists isolated. Cuba's dictator folded into negotiations within hours, and NATO died on arrival. America reclaims energy independence and prioritizes the Western Hemisphere in a master stroke that leaves enemies powerless. Tribunals accelerate toward Valhalla at lightning speed. The National Liberty Alliance filed a writ quo warranto, served on every treasonous judge, bar attorney, congressman, sheriff, and media outlet across all 50 states. Common law grand juries activate nationwide, forcing the entire two-tier justice system to dissolve, and restoring the republic under which basically falls biblically as traitors face justice they never imagined. Demasking operations explode. As deep state puppets vanish hours after leaks expose top-secret transfers, clones and doubles fail publicly while biblical truths connect ancient battles to today's victory over satanic forces that targeted believers for 4,000 years, with Trump calling National Prayer Weeks ahead of the 250th anniversary rededication. The Great Awakening surges stronger than ever. Friday, April 3rd, 2026. Breaking military alert. Military intel. War reset. Hegseth fires army chief as Trump prepares final strike on Iran. Pentagon cleared for total victory. Friday, April 3rd. The war in Iran isn't a distraction. It's a reset of the global map, power map, with President Trump at the forefront. Friday, April 3rd. Boom, Pentagon purge accelerates. Hegseth fires Biden-era top Army brass in 24 hours. War machine locked and loaded for victory. Friday, April 3rd. Exposed. The birth bond deception is real. $169 trillion bond scam. CUSIP coded at birth, branded by the system, and sold into global debt slavery. Friday, April 3rd. The Epstein Files gatekeeper has been removed. Pam Bondi is taking a new job in the private sector. DJT translation, she was fired. Why? 3.5 million Epstein documents released, 3 million documents withheld. She thought she could protect them. She thought she could hide the master ledger. She refused to prosecute the architects. She dismissed the charges against the elite. Trump gave her a choice: release the unredacted list or pack your bags. She chose the deep state. Look who replaces her, Todd Blanche, Trump's personal defense attorney, the man who knows exactly where the bodies are buried. The firewall is gone. The DOJ is fully secured. Those 3 million withheld documents, they are being unsealed. Panic in D.C., panic in Hollywood, panic on the private islands. The names you thought were untouchable are about to be exposed. Government fraud. Friday, April 3rd. U.S. aid was the Great Front for over 60 years, funneling taxpayer dollars into numerous nefarious deep state operations. The State Department, the CIA, and the U.S. Institute of Peace all have one thing in common, and that's using taxpayer dollars for regime change operations through U.S. aid, not only abroad in foreign countries, but right here at home, against American citizens and the President of the United States himself. Friday, April 3rd, 2026, JFK Jr. on Telegram. The money flown out of the Minneapolis airport by fraudsters has been tracked and used to purchase resorts in Kenya, apartment buildings in Nairobi, properties in Turkey, luxury homes, luxury cars, $790 million American tax dollars flown from Minnesota and sent overseas. And Friday, April 3rd, breaking: 4 people associated with a company that operates homeless shelters arrested in New York City after they reportedly paid out bribes to city leaders for kickbacks. Democrat New York City Council member Farrah Lewis and her sister Debbie Lewis, a top aide to Governor Kathy Hochul, are currently under investigation for reportedly taking bribes.
The Rothschilds and Rockefellers have mastered a global scam allowing them to seize land, oil fields, and farms from nations without spending real money. They create fake bank accounts filled with billions in digital entries that lack any actual funds. These phantom payments are sent via the SWIFT system, appearing legitimate, prompting governments to sign over valuable assets in exchange. They target rich farmlands and mineral areas, fabricating huge credits. Officials hand over titles, but the money never materializes. This operation is rampant in Paraguay as of 2026. The families target rich farmlands and mineral areas, fabricating huge credits. Officials hand over titles, but the money never materializes. Paraguay loses critical soil for food production, while the elites profit from exported goods, leaving locals in hardship. The same deceptive tactics devastate countries across Africa and Latin America. Loans conjured from thin air through central bank tricks lead to insurmountable debts. When repayment fails, resource rights transfer to the cabal. Gold, oil, and agricultural lands flow out, enriching the few at the expense of the many. American patriots suffer the consequences as cheap resources from these thefts flood markets, harming U.S. farmers and miners. Supply chains stay under cabal influence, raising costs for domestic production. President Trump combats this vigorously with America First policies, securing energy independence and critical minerals while protecting jobs through strategic tariffs. Debt traps form the foundation of their strategy. Vulnerable nations receive phony credit, only to